What's going on, everybody? Appreciate y'all tuning in. Please like the stream, share the stream. Yeah, man. See what's going on in the world. Yep, yep. So yeah, like the stream, share the stream. The game started 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. We're just gonna go around the horn and get into a little bit of HBCU football, if y'all don't mind. I was watching a little bit of the Campbell's game, and I'm gonna share my screen. You know how we do it. I'm gonna share my screen and let y'all know, like, yeah, so boom, take my face off. It ain't started yet, but I was watching this game right here. The team that Campbell's playing presently, they're 0-5 at the moment, and Campbell's up 34. They're up like 3 touchdowns, and they trying to score again, but they're not really killing this team, but they're dominating this team. The score isn't a reflection. It's like they kind of sort of eased up off the gas, but they're still fighting. Of course, HBCU go. You still have Grambling and FAMU, which Grambling can't move the ball at all, ladies and gentlemen. But neither can Florida A&M. They're missing shots, and you have a 3-0 score. So that's what you pretty much have right now. So before we really get into the crevice of everything that's going on, man, who do y'all got? Who do you got winning, right? Who you got winning? What's your score? What's your predictions? And we'll see Campbell. We'll see them in that's a freshman quarterback that threw that interception. They took the starter out. But we'll see Campbell next week. See that dominating by 24 points. It's an easy coast game for them, man. So they can just run their talent in and up out of the field. But we got 3-0 FAMU. A&T is playing Virginia Lynchburg. That ain't nothing to cover. The same with South Carolina State. They're up 24-0 on my bad. South Carolina State up 24-0 on Virginia Lynchburg. Delaware State is up 14-0 on Norfolk State. A&T is playing Edward Waters. They're up 38-0 in the third quarter. And that is what we currently have so far. Alabama and UT are set to kick off in a few minutes. And somebody else is set to kick off, Georgia and Vanderbilt, in a few minutes as well. So that's some scores around the HBCU world. And let me get this on. Oh, that should be a flag. Yeah. So let me show a little bit of the FAMU game before we get it in, man. And I'm okay. Aaron says 49-3. Appreciate that, Mo. Yeah, like the stream, share the stream. So let's see who else. Let me turn the audio on. My bad. No, y'all don't want to hear me.
Right. You got to be careful with your own aggressiveness, though.
Coaches are all there. The Grambling coach is doing a good job.
So we'll see it here. Goes out horse collar. Then they slam him to the ground. So that started this.
And that's what they didn't like.
This is unfortunate.
Now let's see how the officials.
By the way, that ain't me.
Really take a look at this one. But I imagine that depending on what happened in the fray afterwards, it will continue moving the ball down the field for Grambling after starting at their own 4-yard line across midfield now with a penalty tacked on top of it after a big run by Calvez. They're going to be in great position here if this shakes out the way it looks.
Well, let's see what Brandon Bullock's crew comes up with. Of course, our replay official is Rodney Norton in the booth behind us. So there's a meeting of the minds at the 40-yard line.
You hate to see that, Charlie, getting a little ugly there. Frustrations, a big run by Calvez, but you got to be wise. You have to use your head. Even if you're mad that the guy got away, you cannot take him out of bounds like that on a horse collar and then put him to the ground like that.
So there, we know that we've got the penalty for the horse collar, personal foul against the defense.
Yep.
Now what is going to be tacked on afterward, which would be called dead ball, and which team is going to be penalized for the dead ball infractions, and the altercation that took place on the side.
Right, because Calvez got the ball down to, it looks like, around the 35-yard line. You tack 15.
Yeah, right about the 35, 32-yard line.
They're going to be within striking distance. They might be up, but yeah, there it is. 39 they've got the ball at. Wow, you start putting penalties on top of this, these guys can be within a nice shot of that end zone.
Fouls on both times.
Okay.
Number 27, defense. Also, after the play, dead ball, personal foul, letting it out of bounds. Number 0, defense. Also, unspecialized conduct. Number 79, offense. No dead ball foul.
Offset.
Yep. So the horse collar will stand.
First down. So the
wow.
So let's look at it once again. There's the horse collar tackle by number 27 for Florida A&M. And that was Nadarius Fagan. And then we had the dead ball fouls. As I mentioned, we knew we were going to have the live fouls. And then we had the dead ball fouls. Those penalties offset.
So they're getting ready to mark off and step off the extra yardage here.
And this is after the tackle. This is what they're stepping off is the horse collar, the personal foul. I guess from where it took place. I thought it took place a little further up.
Yeah, I agree with you, Charlie. That's why I'm not sure. But we'll see where it ends up is what the key is.
Either way, it's going to be inside the 30. They're going to spot it right at about the 29-yard line.
Wow.
First down and 10. Best field position for Grambling today. The furthest they had gotten was to the Florida A&M 45. Well, actually, they got to the 34, and they had the touchdown call back, if you remember.
Right.
In the first quarter. So now they're at the 29-yard line with a minute 37 to go.
Yeah, now after starting that 4-yard line, a penalty buffet on Florida A&M has moved them all the way inside the 30-yard line with a minute and a half left to go.
I remember you saying this is a 96-yard drive, 96 yards away. Well, it may come true, right? Again, quarterback takes off and runs, goes out of bounds. Calvez. This time, the defense did not do anything crazy in terms of slamming him out of bounds.
That's it, Charlie. That mental part of the game, and coaches understand when you're going 100 miles an hour, mistakes will happen.
Right.
Physical ones. You accept that. That's part of the game. But when it's mental and when it's over and over, it's beyond maddening.
9 yards on that run. C.J. Russell in the lineup. 96 yards in penalties, or 95 for Florida A&M on 8 infractions. And they reverse.
Mixing it up.
Now they want to throw it. But I'll tell you, the person they gave it to had no idea what he was going to do with the ball. He may as well give it to me up here.
Crazy, man. Yeah, trying to get a little razzle-dazzle here, but the magic started to fade towards the end. He said, man, I just got to get rid of this. Charlie Neal might have done something, not me. So third down here. Playing it straight.
And the defense stifled. And that was Isaiah Major on the stop. SWAC, 2-time Defensive Player of the Week in the SWAC.
Yeah, he's been anchoring this defense here, and that's what they needed. Rattlers with their backs starting to bend over to break here at the end of the half, but that was a huge hit. We have a player down here, but I'm telling you, the Rattlers, after all that mess happening there, they're catching a break here. The Grambling just was not able to capitalize on the flurry of mistakes. Might get 3.
See who is the player shaking up for the Tigers of Grambling State University. Looks like it's Spivey. Chateria Spivey out of Monroe, Louisiana, went to Kirkwood High down in Monroe, which is about 35, 40 miles from where we are down the road. Gorgeous day here in Grambling, Louisiana.
Perfect day for football, man.
It is.
Outstanding.
And they're still tending to that young man down on the field. When you talk about his conference and how important it is, it was founded, that is the SWAC, in 1920. 6 colleges, all from Texas.
The original
It was called the Super Six. They're Bishop, Paul Quinn, Prairie View, Texas College, and Wiley. The only original school still remaining is Prairie View. Southern joined the conference in 34, Texas Southern in 54, Grambling and Jackson State came in 1958. And there's some footage from the museum. That was in Dallas when we did the game when he broke Bear Bryant's record. But
and I love that you can say so often, you've been there. You say we because, Charlie, you've been at these moments.
Yeah,
You've been there front and center with all this history.
39-yard field goal attempt coming from Grambling's Garrett Urban. His longest this year was 41, and that came against Jackson State. He only had 1 blocked. So let's see if he can put Grambling on the board, tie the score with 1:09 to go before halftime. The kick is up as the distance, and it is good. We're all tied at 3 apiece.
You know what? I guess all things considered, Grambling has to feel pretty good about that, starting with the end zone right on their backs at their own 4-yard line. Wild sequences got them there for that field goal. So being tied 3-3 at halftime with everything that's happened, not a bad position to be in.
Last week, double overtime.
Double OT.
Are we looking for triple today?
Yeah. I hope he brought an extra lunch. And the interesting thing, for FAMU, it's been really tough. In the second half last week, over 100 yards in penalties. First half here, almost 100 yards in penalties. So shooting themselves, not working it the way the coach wants them.
8 plays, 73 yards, 154, and it culminated with a 39-yard field goal attempt. There it is by Mr. Urban. Scoring drive brought to you by King C. Gillette.
All right, a minute left. Rattlers getting the ball back here. Wonder if Coach Willie Simmons is going to think about drawing something up to draw a little more blood, a little more venom before the half.
On the kick.
John Simon put a pretty good offense together for Grambling that time. The offensive coordinator. This is
Short
what a
kick,
drop.
they better get on it.
Yes, that could be Grambling's ball. It is.
Touchdown.
Touchdown, Grambling.
Unbelievable. Misplayed by FAMU and Grambling capitalizes. Just letting that ball bounce free. We knew that was going to be trouble, Charlie.
That was Kevin Thomas.
Look at this.
Freshman out of Lake Charles, Louisiana.
That pigskin taking a perfect bounce. Talk about a touchdown. Wow.
And now they're going to go for the point after. Just like that, they take the lead 9-3.
I have no idea what that receiving team was thinking. It was almost like, you got it. No, you got it. No, who's got it? Grambling does. That was really strange.
That's better than an onside kick.
That's right. Take that to the house. Can't draw it up any better than that. Kevin Thomas, right place, right time, picking up that bounce.
Now, that was only 3 seconds separated the 2 scores. Can't get any better than that,
No,
can you?
Yeah. Trailing almost the entire first half. Now they're going to be up.
Again, the kick was not fielded by the receiving team.
Free ball.
And it's a free ball. It traveled the 10 yards that was required to go.
Much more than 10 yards. That was just a mental breakdown here.
Well,
or did they take the points off the board?
Well, maybe they can't advance it. Let me see here. The referee's going to explain it. They can't advance it. That's what it is. The ball will be spotted
because they didn't touch it
at the 15-yard line. First and 10. It's considered. And now we're going to get a sack of the quarterback.
They needed that one, man. Stop that momentum here after a crazy play. Johnny Chaney Jr. there breaking free to smash Calvez. Got a nice assist from Donald Hall.
Well, let's see what they're going to do here.
He wants it himself.
Taking off and running to the near side. One of the things, if you're a defensive coordinator, that is Race Smith and Brandon Sharp from Florida A&M, you say, hey, make him go left, because he always wants to go left. He never goes right.
Yeah.
Well, it goes left. You're our left, if you're on defense. So it's third down, 3rd and 11. They can get a first down. They have to get to the 5-yard line to get the first down. Ball spotted at the 17.
We'll have to grab that rule book just to get that broken down so everybody can have a clear vision of what exactly happened on that.
Now late flag.
Here we go again.
I don't know about that flag. Maybe they call it targeting. That's the only thing I can think of, because I thought the hit was good.
Yes,
Let's
like
watch.
clean
Let's see if the helmet's a tilting. Yep, targeting. Helmet. It was a targeting. I know that's what it is.
Got those microphones right up in the mix.
Yes. Beep, 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 beep. Courtney Cox was the man guilty.
Well, again, those flags moving the ball for Grambling, so they still might get it into the end zone here. 27.8 seconds left in the half, Charlie.
First and goal with 27 seconds to go. Calvez, the freshman, running the offense right now. 3 receivers to the right. Trips on the right, empty backfield. Calvez looking, throws. Touchdown! Grambling.
Lyndon Rash.
Rash on the reception. Rash with the touchdown. His 4th receiving touchdown this year.
Yeah, he is their go-to guy, and that is someone you can count on. But this is a nice ball, puts it right in.
Hey, man, that's just brutal, man. That's brutal football right there. You on the road, bro. You cannot do this on the road, bro. You cannot implode on the road. You're working a deficit right now. You have to play your game and be able to withstand the rush of everything that's going on. So, of course, I ain't playing audio for Campbell at this present moment, but as you can see how elusive the quarterback is, right? He's elusive. And you see him get the first down. This team is fast, bro. They got the athletes to get out and do that. They got the big boys to be able to help them. It's gonna be a tough task next week. Alabama putting on this first drive. UT comes down and scores 6-0 UT. And I do believe UT could win this game if their defense can stop Bama, especially if old boy is unable to play successfully throughout this game. It's gonna be a wrap. But 110,000 orange and white fans screaming at you, yeah, it's gonna get ugly. But anyway, we see what's going on here. Willie got to be hot. But Willie, you got to blame your special teams right there for that, bro. Shouldn't have never been that. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't have never been that. So give me 1 second. Let me go get my food.
Care of business, winning their first 2 conference games. They win 3 more in the FCS playoffs for the first time in this program's history. As we take another look. Close. I don't know if they'll have evidence to turn it over, but Campbell, they'll go to at Jackson State. That's a big game for a lot of different reasons, but at NCA&T, at Bryant, at home against Gardner-Webb. First off, is this team good enough to punch their ticket to the first FCS playoffs in program history?
They are. I mean, their play out on the field speaks for itself. The confidence they're playing with, this coaching staff, the development and their schemes. I mean, everything is aligned for this season to continue on the track that it is. And everything I've seen thus far is an explosive team, a disciplined team, a defense that plays hard, all three phases doing the job. So I think the rest of this season.
After further review, the runner made the line to gain. First down.
Campbell continue to progress, continue to get better, and they already look great right now.
It's a first down for Campbell. If you're wondering, 24 teams make the FCS playoffs. This will be new to everybody. Top 8 seeds gets a bye, other 16 play, and they play the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Most likely it would be on the road, the way the Big South is RPI-wise this year. So don't go too far away during the Thanksgiving holiday. Long way to go, not only in this one, but in the season, but it's something to think about. Through the middle, and a run for 3 yards. That could be the final play of this third quarter.
Oh, and Chris, too, for the players and the coaches, the mindset is we're going to the playoffs. Like, whatever it takes, win the conference. You know, they want higher goals, and they see the talent, they see the work they put in, and they're reaching all the way to the top. They want to go and make an impact.
Campbell trying to win the Big South Conference for the first time as a football team in their final year in the Big South Conference. Oh, by the way, speaking of FCS football, a big one today. North Dakota State versus South Dakota State. 1 versus 2 in FCS as they meet.
There you have it, a little history.
I mean, our guys are fighting hard. They're playing extremely hard. We're just making some errors at some key times. Had a touchdown call back. The penalty bug is still biting us a little bit. We just got to continue to play and play consistently.
You talk about fighting. How do you continue to keep these guys under control and calm in such a passionate game?
Well, because that's what we should be. You know, this is a football game. It's not a fighting match. You know, we got to understand it's football. And football's played with a lot of emotion. I get it. But we also got to control it.
All right, thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
All
Charlie?
right, 10-3 is our score. The home team on top by a touchdown here. First home game for the Tigers. Hoping their fans will go away a happy bunch. We'll be back.
Man. Let's see what we got going on right here. Slow crowd today, man. I guess everybody in Jacksonville. Still 7-0. UT. 10-3. Grambling. South Carolina State and North Carolina A&T are kicking their opponents behind. And I don't know why we haven't went live from right here. Here we go. Come on. Hey, we got some action. Who calling the game today? Hey, what's y'all scores? Drop them scores off. We ain't got number time until ESPN fixes issues. Oh, hold on. Man, I don't know who SWAC is. I don't know who SWAC. They still trying to fix themselves. As you can see, we just waiting on the broadcast. Alabama driving. Late flag. Here we go.
To 65% off coats for all and 65% off.
My bad. I got these dudes on
The pocket, the pressure came from the outside, slightly moved up to give himself a little bit more time, and threw a perfect pass over the middle.
Officials timeout. One injury.
And another Robert Morris player down. And how about Anderson's day for Campbell? Career high, 7 catches for 91 yards and a TD. He came in with 12 catches. He was looked at as the long, fast replacement for Caleb Snead, who was all
everybody on
for this
Robert
Campbell
Morris
team, a record holder in many different wide receiver categories.
That's why
both
the game
season
ain't
and career. He is spending his last year back home in Lynchburg. FBS transfer to Liberty, where he is playing. And Anderson, one of those threats that really showing today that he could be that number 1 receiver.
And he gives you something different with his size and toughness over the middle. He's 6'5" with long speed. But going over the middle, Campbell uses him on a lot of crossing routes, dig routes as well, and he'll pick up those yards where he's going to get hit with his body frame. He can box out the defense.
Masco. Chris McKay gets his first carry of the game. He goes 4 yards to the 30. When I told you they had a stable of backs, it wasn't just something that they talk about. McDowell, Barr, McKay, Rogers, Good, and Jackson.
Official timeout. For an injury.
Another injury.
And another injury. The crowd's not very happy, but again, you're talking about a Robert Morris team that some of this is cramping, some of this is not, but they haven't played in this heat at this pace. We'll take a break, come back after this.
Man, that team stay hurt. Otherwise, 10 players get hurt. All right, so let's go. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the shares up. And said ESPN, not SWAC. Rocky, who you got? I mean, what's your score? I said, who you got, like you ain't made it evident. As you can see, we just waiting on ESPN, bro. Here we go. Let's go.
Offense has been explosive, averaging 43 points a game behind his son, Shador Sanders, at quarterback. Now, throwing a defense that is coached up by their DC, Dennis Thurman, that allows just 9 points a game, and you have all the makings for what could be a very special season down in Jackson. Today, it's Bethune Cookman's time to try and slow down JSU. And welcome to college football, presented by McDonald's. We are at TIAA Bank Field in Jacksonville, Florida. It is a gorgeous day. A little SWAC football coming your way. Can anybody take down Jackson State as they look for back-to-back SWAC championships? Dave Neal alongside my partner for Home is Great, Deuce McAllister. Glad you could join us today. And Deuce, obviously last week, big win for Jackson State, but it ended kind of in an awkward way. Eddie Robertson Jr. and Deion Sanders got into a little bit of, I don't know what you want to call it, but a disagreement, let's say, at midfield after the game. Your take on that whole situation?
Yeah, I think, some of that is gamesmanship. Some of it is obviously unfortunate for the league, both teams. I mean, I think that they feel a certain kind of way, and I think that both have kind of moved on. I mean, at the end of the day, you kind of look at the whole situation, and, I think the SWAC wants the not to be about each coach, but about the teams. And I think that's what it's ultimately about.
Well, Jackson State has put together a fantastic performance here in 2022, mainly behind their quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, who was just lighting all kinds of things on fire as he continues to be successful.
Well, he's a quarterback that can make all of the throws. He's a guy that can get outside the pocket, but when you talk about deep passes or intermediate throws, he is able to do so. And you talk about just being able to connect with a lot of different receivers and playmakers, as Jackson State has. He's just been able to distribute the football, and he's been dynamic so far.
Well, they've gone to kind of a version of the air raid offense, and it's really helped Shedeur out tremendously when it comes to his statistics. You see where he ranks in the FCS. He's completing almost 73% of his passes, but he's completing over 30 passes per game. It has certainly been a remarkable start to this one. They'd like to close it off with a Celebration Bowl victory at the end of the year. Now, Bethune-Cookman, boy, they have had a tough go of it here the last few weeks. They have been displaced by the hurricane. For more on their story, let's go down to Andrea Carter.
Thanks, Dave. Well, the good news is Bethune-Cookman will get to return back to campus after today's game, but you're right. They have been on the road since September 27th. They have been to 4 different cities trying to keep a routine as normal as possible with things outside of their control. What Wi-Fi do we have? Are we going to be able to watch film? What practice field is available? Where are we going to lift weights? It has changed every day. Head coach Terry Sims says it has been so tough, but he gives his guys credit for their resilience. And I talked to quarterback Jalen Jones. He said the team needed to build better chemistry with the way this season was going. They're trying to turn Hurricane Ian into something that brings them together, guys.
Yeah, it is just, we were talking to Coach Sims before the game today at kickoff, and he said he can't wait to get home. Might take about an hour and a half nap on the bus so he can get home because he's got so many things he's got to do when he gets there. But all these guys will be heading back to Daytona, about an hour, 15-hour, 20-minute trip back down to Daytona Beach. There is Deion Sanders. Coach Braun has got this team off to a fantastic start, coming off a win over Alabama State that we talked about a little bit in the open, 26-12. They got here in plenty of time today. Last week, they ran into some traffic heading into Montgomery and only had about 45 minutes to get loose before the game. Here is Isaiah Bolden on the return. Bolden kicks it to the outside. Bolden out to midfield, and he'll be pushed out of bounds in Bethune-Cookman territory around the 40-yard line. It'll be a 55-yard return for Bolden, who has been exceptional returning kicks. Matter of fact, last year he led the nation in the FCS, averaging 37 yards per return.
That's how you want to start a game, Dave. No worry about not starting fast from special teams and or an offensive standpoint when you get field position like that to start a game.
And here comes Shedeur Sanders. The numbers are gaudy. 73% completion percentage. Last year, he completed 68%. Last week went 30 of 46. First pass here caught on the outside by Dallas Daniels, his 32nd catch of the year, but that's going to lose about 7 or 8 yards. Actually, they'll spot his forward progress back at the 44, so a loss of 4. Amari Hill-Robinson, maybe the best, one of the best players on that Bethune-Cookman defense, coming up with a big play. So second down and 14. They'll swing it here near side. That one's going to Wilkerson. Wilkerson had a big game catching the football last week against Alabama State with 4 catches. He had just 3 before last weekend.
Nice job by Sanders, seeing the pressure coming off the slot, knowing that the safety is the guy that's covering my back, and just to be able to get him that football and get him going downhill to pick up a third and manageable situation, put them in a third and manageable situation.
Wilkerson, their leading rusher. Some movement up front. Free play here for Jackson State. They'll make the catch around the 25. That one goes to Daniels. They'll have plenty of yardage for the first down inside the 25 to the 23-yard line. A pickup of 14.
Take a look at it, and you have 2 really defensive linemen for Bethune-Cookman in the neutral zone. And like you said, kind of a free play for Jackson State, still able to make the completion over there on the sidelines to Daniels to pick up the first down.
Here's Wilkerson inside handoff. He's to the 20. Brought down there. by Eford. Javon Eford, an Oregon transfer. Now with 13 tackles on the year.
He's a playmaker, the one that has to make a lot of plays for this Bethune-Cookman defense. He'll be all over the field, whether you're talking about rushing the passer or playing in space as well.
The Pompano Beach area is Eford. Inside handoff, Wilkerson. He's to the 5. Wall up there, but it'll be first and goal for Jackson State after a 16-yard run. Uriah Ratliff came in, lay the wood on Wilkerson.
We'll take another look at that, and just really nice job of just a draw play, and he set it up as far as the center's block, but he's got to get his shoulder pads down. And like he talked about, he's running way too high as a running back, and safety just leveled it.
Wilkerson, 72 yards on the ground last week on 19 carries. First and goal. The play fake to Wilkerson. Throws, batted in the air, tipped a couple of times, and falls to the turf in the end zone. Loving came in and put the pressure on Sanders, disrupted that entire play.
Well, it's interesting because you pull a guard, and so it was just so much penetration in there in the inside by Loving that he did not bite one bit as far as on the play action, and he's able to get the arm of Sanders and almost cause an interception there.
Darren Hayes, the defensive coordinator for Bethune-Cookman, says we're not very big up front, but we do have some athletes. A solid front. Second and goal. Sanders to the corner of the end zone and just overthrows Dallas Daniels, who already has 4 touchdown catches this year but can't connect. That'll be third down.
See Sanders try to connect with the slot fade, kind of a switch route there. 2 receiver side and just not able to connect with Daniels on that throw.
Wilkerson goes in motion. Sanders looks over the middle. Touchdown, Jackson State. Rico Powers with his second touchdown catch of the year. And quickly it's 6-0, Jackson State.
Hey, we'll take another look. Right away, you see it's man-to-man, and Sanders does a great job as they run that mesh concept of understanding and knowing where he wants to go. That's his outside receiver that's just running that in route or a dig route on the back of the end zone line, and he does a nice job of letting some of the underneath stuff clear and then being able to hit that dig coming across the middle.
Alejandro Mata to attempt the point after. Mata's kick is up and good. Jackson State didn't waste much time. Had a great 55-yard return to set up a 4. It only took up 2.5 minutes. 8 plays. Shadur Sanders with yet another touchdown pass. That gives him 18 on the year.
Well, there you have it. Big kickoff. You know what I'm saying? By Bolden. And then you just get on down the field. I think that Savion Wilkerson looked good on a couple of those runs. I wish he would have scored, but I kind of had an idea that they would throw this in for a touchdown. I expect Savion Wilkerson to go over 100 yards today, especially with that first drive being the way that it is. They have to make that secondary back up, those cornerbacks back up, mess their alignment all the way up, put them in tough situations to where, you create rushing lanes. And I think Savion did a good job of even using the center's block as a way for him to, make that big run that he made. But I expect a well-balanced game. We may see, I know we're going to see over 300 passing from Shadur. Maybe we'll get $150, maybe 200 total rushing yards from the offense. Dallas was open too. Yeah, he was open. there's a lot of opportunity there.
Football is presented by McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Movement, elevating the next generation of Black excellence.
Boy, a good day to be fishing. Gorgeous weather here in Jacksonville, where Jackson State leads quickly 7-0. Coach Prime, much better start. This team was sluggish in the first quarter. A lot of reasons for that, perhaps last week against Alabama State. And you see the sign right behind them. It says start fast. Well, they did.
It's definitely how you want to start a game, from an offensive standpoint as well as on the return game. Definitely how you want to start.
Baez's kick taken at the 10-yard line. Down over the 20 to the 22. Goes Darnell Dees. And it'll be first down and 10 there for this Bethune Cookman offense. And an interesting story here as Jalen Jones is the starter for Bethune Cookman, the junior quarterback, but played not long ago for Deion Sanders at Jackson State. It's a big day for him to face a bunch of his buddies and his old coach.
And, publicly he's saying all the right things, but inside, he probably wants to go out there and kind of light him up.
Originally committed to Florida, was only in Gainesville for about a month and transferred to Jackson State. Marcus Riley out to the 29-yard line. So, a big day, Andrea, for Jalen Jones. And really, Coach Prime, too, getting to see a guy he got to know quite well.
Yeah, this game is big. I talked with Jalen Jones earlier this week, and he said he has to treat it like any other Saturday, but it does feel personal going against his former team. He said he learned so much from Coach Prime about the business aspect of football. He said the only thing that matters is your last piece of work. Coach Prime taught him that.
That was a nice bit of work there on the fake handoff. That'll pick up a first down around the 40-yard line. Last week, Jones ran the football for 116 yards, had a 67-yard touchdown scamper in a loss to Tennessee State in Nashville. So they'll stack receivers to each side. They'll come near side with it, and that one is just dropped right off the hands of Marcus Riley. Those are the kind of plays you can't afford to just drop. And now it's second down and 10.
And it looks like Coach Sanders has called timeout as well. Not happy so far with, I guess, some of the success that Bethune Cookman has had on those couple of plays. And Dave, what was interesting is you talked about the run that Jalen Jones had. He was just reading the defensive end, and he saw Gaddy really pursue the running back and not have patience. And there was nobody else on that second level to be able to kind of slow Jones down, and he was able to pick up a first down in there, like you talked about. The Wildcats did a nice job of spreading Jackson State out, and he saw that it was going to be pressure off of the edge, and he threw kind of the screen outside to his receiver. And I agree with you. You don't want to get behind in the sticks against this team because they're going to pressure you already. You need to be in manageable situations when it gets to second and third down.
Those are the numbers on Jackson State this year. It has been a tremendous start for the Tigers. Had a great season last year, finished 11-2. And there's the pressure you're talking about. Jones brought down by Rajan. Loss of 4, and a flag comes in.
Very late flag. Called unsportsmanlike conduct on your left guard, Wells. I don't think he was too happy with the action there. As far as us, it is on there. See, the problem is you can't pull a player off.
Yeah,
you can't pull a player off of the pile until he was not happy that he was still on his quarterback, and you can't pull a player off of. Now we have another stoppage of play. You can't pull a player off of the pile. You have to let the officials handle that.
Yeah, a couple of years ago they brought that rule into play. Our referee, Preston Clipper, already a busy man here in the first quarter. It'll be third down and forever. 3rd and 28 now. And again, it goes back to the first down play. They had something set up, and the receiver just dropped the football.
And that put them behind the chains, and they wanted to run quick game on the second down play. Problem was Jackson State did a great job of covering it.
Way Sean Berg moves into the backfield. Slide it underneath to Berg. Makes one man miss, makes two men miss, and he'll get it out over the 30 to the 37-yard line, but he is well shy of the line to gain, which is right at the midfield stripe. That's a gain of 15.
Nice job of inside screen, but I agree with you, just way too much yardage to be able to try to pick up there. It just does put you in a situation where you're at least not backed up all the way against your goal line when you have to attempt this punt opportunity.
So Ben Lennon will punt it away, averaging 35 yards per punt. Willie Gaines back to return the punt. He stands at the 20-yard line. High, end over, pin kick, good coverage kick, fair catch called for, and taken at the 22-yard line. So we'll take a timeout. Jackson State already up 7-0 with the football for the second time when we come back.
So it looked like Jackson State initially comes out with all backups in the secondary. Literally, in that first defensive drive. You had everybody who's been starting thus far on the bench. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if this is a ploy, right? Or if it's just to get some game reps against, get them people some game reps, some film, especially most of those people because they are from Florida. I believe everybody that came out there in that secondary is from Florida on that first series. If you disagree, you can correct me. But I do believe, I think Kedrick, and he from Florida. The other two, the two backup cornerbacks, I think they from Florida. Huggins, ain't he from Florida? He played at Florida or something like that. So I think that whole series was about Florida boys. Because we haven't heard anything about anyone being in trouble at practice or anything like that, late for meetings or nothing. And then on top of that, let me see. I seen Shallow. Well, I know y'all saw Shallow because if I saw him, y'all had to see him. But like the stream, share the stream. Don't forget to bless the Cash App, $KSLP1020. Again, man, it's a light crowd right now. I'm pretty sure other people might file in or they might not, But I did check around the horn to see if anybody else had a stream going. And there's several other people, but it packed up in that joker. But hopefully it's entertaining. Small, but entertaining.
It's video game type stuff.
And at times, it's almost like they're toying with opponents as far as some of the things they're able to do, whether it's through the air or on the ground. Once they get that run game going, then that's a tough unit to beat. But they have so many weapons outside as well.
There's the offensive coordinator for this Tiger offense, Brett Bartoloni. He's a disciple of Mike Leach in the air raid attack. Sanders, quick throw to the outside. Pass is caught there. Close to the first down by Rico Powers, who had that touchdown catch on the Tigers' opening drive of the game. They'll move the chains. First down and 10 for Jackson State.
Second time you've seen that quarterback get hit with play action as well also.
Wilkerson on that inside handoff. Will be out to the 38-yard line. Bethune Cookman defensively giving up about 40 points a game. 228 on the ground, 214 through the air. Their lone win came against Grambling, 36-19. Really put together a fantastic performance. Lost to Alabama A&M and Tennessee State the 2 games after that victory. Here's Wilkerson. Boy, some good blocking on the outside. Frees him up to get into Bethune Cookman territory down to the 35 as a helmet comes flying off. So that means that Lucinda Lewis will have to take a break for a moment.
This is just a swing pass, an outstanding job of some of those weapons down the field. DJ Stevens, one of those guys. Kevin Coleman, one of those guys that are blocking. This is just, hey, look, I understand last time he swung it out to the back, it was pressure off of the edge. This time, kind of a design play. You can see Wilkerson is a load to bring down.
5'9", 205 pounds. Another inside handoff, running hard, first down. Boy, some more collisions around the 21-yard line. That's a pickup of 14 for Wilkerson.
We talked about that load. We'll take another look at it. They've done a nice job of being able to get that center up to the second level. Some of those double teams blocks, and those safeties have come up. You've got to bring him down low. That time they hit him up high. They were still almost helicopter tackle.
J.D. Martin now in at running back. Come near side. Boy, what a catch it was on the outside there by DJ Stevens, the tight end. That's his 17th catch.
Nice job by Stevens being able to show some hands on that play. See him stretch out a little bit. Be able to get both feet down in bounds.
Second down and 7. Sanders spins, stays on his feet. Nice little move to buy some time. Has some room to run. He will keep it and slide down around the 12-yard line. And he'll be a couple of yards shy of the first down, but good work by Shedeur Sanders.
Well, he feels the pressure. He feels it coming off of the edge, and he's able to really just make him miss. And that was Lewis that had a shot at him first and made him miss, and then he was able to pick up some positive yards.
Quick snap, and that'll be a first down for Jackson State as they run J.D. Martin. With Marshall, Wilkerson, and Martin, they've got 3 really talented running backs.
The big guys up front, they've done a nice job of just creating creases and seams as well for all of those running backs. The only thing that you can probably be upset a little bit about is some of the hits that your quarterback has taken off of as a result of some of those play action passes.
First and goal. Shane Hooks comes in motion, but they'll come near side. Pass caught there by Martin, and he is hit at the 5-yard line and knocked out of bounds. Good work on the outside from Bethune-Cookman as Antonio Oliver makes the play along with Eford.
Have to be impressed with just looking at overall Sanders not being afraid to check the football down to his back as far as on some of those swing passes. And, you have crossing routes coming in front of you. If you have the leverage on that linebacker or safety, he's not afraid to check it down and just get the football to a playmaker.
2 tight end look. Wilkerson back in the game on second down and goal. Sanders throws a dart, but dropped on the outside by Daniels. Oliver back there in coverage for Bethune-Cookman.
Back shoulder fade, and Oliver plays this perfectly. I mean, you talk about not quitting on that play and just being able to get his hand in there and dig it out. Danes tried to make the catch there right on the sideline in the end zone, but Oliver did not quit it. He was able to dig that football out.
So now it's third down and goal. They hit Rico Powers over the middle for their first touchdown. They'll go to the outside again, and this time it works with Dallas Daniels. Touchdown, Jackson State.
Davis, this is almost like a screen, Dave, when you look at it. Ratliff is trying to cover him, and Daniels is the motion guy. And so the 2 outside guys, they're running slants. It's almost like they pick Ratliff off as he's just running a flat route. And so just a nice, quick, easy progression. Quarterback knows he's got man-to-man because you send a guy over as far as the motion, and there's nothing Ratliff could do.
Flag comes in. Could be a roughing the kicker as it splits the uprights. Like Dees came in a little bit late.
All right, so it's not my stream. It's YouTube. But I'm gonna refresh it. But it's YouTube because I'm seeing the game all the way through. But I was looking down at my phone, and I see what you're saying about Skip. But yeah, it's YouTube. Anyway, that was a good second drive. It looks like the offense is going to click. They got too many mismatches not to click against Bethune. I wish Dallas would have caught their first attempt. That would have been nice. I think, again, Savion is just running hard. And it is what it is. Alabama down by 14 to Tennessee, still in the first quarter. But Alabama just started moving the ball. And it is what it is. Appreciate that. The real E-Rob. But yeah, if you see that it's not looking too good on your end, just let me know because I'm not seeing any skipping due to the level of internet that I have. And a lot of times it could be YouTube because YouTube will kind of break the game up and you'll have some issues with that. But also, let me do this too because as you can see, I got two other open windows and streaming as well at the same time. Still 310 Grambling. It looked like Florida A&M is driving coming out of the third quarter. So let me end those two streams to see if they help y'all out too. See, it's doing it right now. It's YouTube, but on my end, I mean, everything's working on my end. But I see it did speed itself back up.
It's a gorgeous day here in Jacksonville, Florida. Bethune Cookman and Jackson State. SWAC football coming your way. First quarter action, 5:44 to go. It has been all Jackson State. 2 touchdowns on their first 2 possessions here at TIAA Bank Field. Jacksonville Jaguars. After the roughing the kicker penalty on the extra point, Tigers will kick it off from the 50, a little pooch kick. We'll get into the end zone and touch back there. The Wildcats will take it out to the 25-yard line. Had a couple of nice plays on their opening drive and then some miscues, a drop pass, a couple of penalties. Next thing you know, they're having to punt it away.
One thing that you don't want to do against this defense, just because they do bring so much pressure, is get behind the sticks. Once you put yourself in that situation, then it's almost like, hey, look, let's just take care of the football and try to see if our defense can come out and play. I mean, because 3rd and long is not the situation you want to be in going up against this defense.
Jalen Jones at quarterback. Well, he had no time. And a helmet comes flying off, so there'll be a change there on the offensive line. But this Jackson State defense has been something to watch this year, Andrea.
Absolutely, Dave. And linebacker Aubrey Miller, who's not available this first half, was going up and down the sidelines, telling his teammates, we've got a long way to go. Do not let up. And I talked to Shadur Sanders about the entire team. He said there's a whole different attitude and standard this season. There's been an emphasis on dominating and finishing.
Yeah, Miller out the first half for a targeting foul last week against Alabama State. Jones lofts it up, has it made, but overthrown by a couple of feet. Good route by Riley. Got a step or two on that Jackson State defender Wiggins.
Take another look at it here, and he got his hand on it, but I think he was worried about trying to get 1 foot in bounds, and so you can see him kind of stretching out and lose his focus of where he is on the football field, but also making that catch. And as a quarterback, you always want to leave at least 3 to 4 yards for your receiver when you make that throw, so he can do exactly there what Riley tried to do as far as coming up with the catch.
3rd down and 10. Over the middle, another one. Corey Reed can't hang on to that. Maybe a step behind him. And here comes the Bethune-Cookman punt team. I mean, they're only giving up a first down on 3rd down conversions 21% of the time.
Even though I know Isaiah Bolden, he was there in coverage, didn't look like, he's far off. The ball was just a little bit behind Reed there, but I mean, he was going to be able to make that tackle there probably before that completion. They're bringing pressure, man-to-man coverage. I mean, that's who they are defensively.
Lidditz punt. High end-over-end kick. Fair catch. Dropped around the 38, but I think Willie Gaines was able to fall right back on it. So a 36-yard punt.
Just got away from his body. Yeah, he was able to recover it. It's fortunate for the bounce that the football took, but you're exactly right. Willie Gaines just allowed that football to get away from his body as he called that fair catch. Turnover like that, if you're Bethune, that's what you need. You want to be able to come up with that turnover, that fumble.
There's a look at Dennis Thurman, the defensive coordinator. Guy had a outstanding NFL career and certainly has done a marvelous job running this defense. Giving up just 9.8 points per game. Now they turn it over to an offense that's scoring 43 points a game. Here's Daniels. He's popped out of bounds around the 40-yard line, so a gain of 3. That last drive by Jackson State, 10 plays, 77 yards, 4:21 off the clock. Shedeur Sanders went 5 of 6 on that drive. All told, 9 of 12 through the air. Actually make that 10 of 13 through the air now. Pass caught right over the middle. Willie Gaines. He'll have a first down into Bethune-Cookman territory.
It's just the poise. I mean, it's the poise. You look at Sanders just being able just to go through some of those options, whether it's outside, just being able to look off defenders, find the little spot route right over the football.
Sanders, quick hitter. This one's caught by Dallas Daniels. Spins out of trouble. Hit around the 15-yard line and will fall down around the 13. Ratliff made the hit, but a 34-yard pickup, and Jackson State now going in a hurry. He'll fake it to Wilkerson over the middle. Pass caught there. This will be another touchdown for Jackson State. Shane Hooks on the receiving end, and that didn't take very long. 13 yards and the 3rd touchdown pass for Shedeur Sanders. And we still have 4:10 to go in the first quarter.
Well, Bethune was able to get lined up, but I don't know if they really had to call even and where after the snap was made. I mean, there was a couple guys in the secondary that are looking around and the ball has been thrown. It's a quick slant. And, from an offensive standpoint, you talked about them picking up the tempo and getting on the ball as far as the line of scrimmage was concerned. That was in a hurry.
This point after is up and good. And it is 21-0 Jackson State.
Hey, I wanted to say this last time with the extra point kick. The holder did a really good job. Well, first he bobbled the ball like 3 times, but he did a good job of getting the ball down for Matta to kick. So I thought that was good, but they kind of fixed that right just then. However, that was a really good drive. That's probably one of the best drives I've seen Jackson State have since they've been going on a tangent. You know what I'm saying? There was no drops right there. You had a big play out of that. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot going on right now. You got some things that's helping getting you started. I really think that they just got to keep pressing right now. And yeah, Shedeur's got to score on his first 8 drives, period. It's got to be 56-0 at halftime.
So I only had about 40, 45 minutes to get into the locker room, get dressed, and get on the field and play some ball. Ended up winning that one 26-12. Here's Dees from the 5-yard line, and he'll get it to the 20 and tripped up around the 23-yard line. Here's Coach Pride. Nice conversation with him this week. He really took advantage of the "You're not SWAC," "Who is SWAC?" "I am SWAC." Had T-shirts made up. I mean, he is a marketing genius.
It's showmanship.
You know what? Here's what I say. He is such a character in a lot of ways, but he brings the ammo with him. And he is high energy. Kids love playing for him. And he's tough on him now. Well, nice little play here to the near side. That pass is caught around the 30-yard line after the 35-yard line. So that'll be a gain of 12 and a first down for Bethune-Cookman.
When we talk about it, Dave, it's really him having the receipts as well. You talk about different things that happen maybe throughout the week, throughout the season. Maybe even something as simple as a scout not coming and visiting as far as the pro day is concerned. He has the receipts to be able to back all of the talk up.
Handoff, we'll get it to the 38-yard line. He was out dancing before the game today, was Dion. Getting into some of the music over the loudspeakers here and watched one of his players roll out and had his jersey up over his stomach, made him go right back into the locker room.
Told him, you couldn't even come out here. Your uniform it doesn't meet our standard, it doesn't meet our code, but you're thinking, Coach, you're dancing. He said, well, that's Florida music.
Yeah.
And he sent the player right back inside.
On second down. Nice play. Aber at the tight end. Maybe their best NFL prospect making a nice play. The grad transfer out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Nice route, over route. Jones sits in there as far as the pocket. Ends up being just a corner route. Avery, I do agree with you. Nice looking size, 6'6", 250.
Originally started his collegiate career at Louisville before transferring to Bethune-Cookman. Well, Jones hit immediately, but gets it to Corey Reed. And he'll be inside the 35, down to the 33-yard line.
Got a little something on the sideline here.
Ooh, hey, now we've got wow, Bethune-Cookman right at midfield. There is how did that player get all the way over there?
Bolden, he was being blocked. And I think his helmet ended up coming off, and could not tell who was the player that was blocking him initially. May have been Avery. He had blocked him all the way to the sideline, and referees, officials sent both players off the field. No flags were thrown.
That was a good 10, 15 yards behind the play.
You're exactly right.
Bolt came out of that Bethune-Cookman bench. He's back on his side of the field now. We're playing on. Oh, that play is broken up and busted up. Jackson State all over it, nowhere to go. A loss of 5 on the play. Niles Gaddy just destroying that play. There it is. Bolden 23 and white on the far left. Just gets run into the bench.
And he was the guy that was on the point. Neither player wanted to quit on the play. And like we said, it's about 10 to 12, 15 yards behind the actual play.
So 3rd down and 11 coming up for Bethune-Cookman. Harry Lindsay in the game. Excuse me. Quay Bird in the game at running back. Quay Sean, the senior out of Palm Coast, Florida. Jones throws, tipped in the air and incomplete. Trying to hit Averett, and now it's 4th and 11. Well, these are those moments where you keep the offense out in the field, I would think.
Yeah, I definitely think so. You're kind of in no man's land. And the only my issue here is the development, how long it takes on this play, because you know you're going to get pressure. You know you're going to get pressure, and they did a pretty good job of initially picking up that pressure. But Averett, my tight end, he's running that out route. He has got to know that my quarterback, and he did it. I mean, as soon as he made the break, the football was there. He has got to know as soon as he makes that break, that football is going to be there.
So 4th and 11. Jones, pocket collapses. He throws a little bit low for Averett, trying to hit Kamari Down over the middle, and that'll be a turnover on downs, and the Jackson State offense getting ready to come back on the field. Boy, Jones doesn't have any time.
He doesn't have any time. He tried to step up in the pocket and just really could not get anything on this football. Shiloh Sanders, who has been coming back, rehabbing, practice a little bit. He's in the game on the coverage there of Averett, does a nice job of just being in the hip pocket of the tight end. Jones just did not have enough time to really step up into that throw as he stepped up in the pocket.
So here is Shedeur Sanders. Thrown 16 passes, only 3 have missed their target. Wilkerson on the handoff out to the 40. Gain of a couple on the play. $1:15 to go here in the opening quarter from Jacksonville. Boy, a lot of room over the middle. Pass caught there. That'll go to DJ Stevens, the tight end. DJ with a couple of catches today. Had 3 of them last week against Alabama State for 52 yards. And an injured Wildcat right in the middle of that VCU logo. Trayshawn Smith pops up. Looks like he'll be okay.
Shaking up a little bit.
Look at Terry Sims. Boy, it has been a grind for him and his staff. Just trying to get ready. You get used to the comforts of home in terms of getting ready for game planning, film, practice. You know, it's not just about watching the opponent. It's your practice film. You're trying to analyze all those things that you get your managers cut up for you. Here's Wilkerson. Another big run. He's down to the 30, and that'll be a first down. 18-yard pickup, and another Wildcat slow to get up around the 40-yard line. Is that Rayan Blake? I believe that is Blake at the 40-yard line. It is a sophomore out of Pahokee, Florida, transferred in from UConn.
He goes to try to tackle Wilkerson, and the one thing that we talked about was having to hit him kind of low. And he's up and running off the field and shaking that hand, that shoulder, probably almost a stinger. And that's exactly what it was. And he's got to bring his body. You can't just throw your arm out there and think you're going to tackle him.
No, we've learned that today.
Really quick. We've learned that really quick. He is a load to bring down.
On 1st and 10, Sanders trying to buy some time. He does so. Pass is caught there again by Stevens. It almost immediately. That play will only net about a yard, maybe 2.
Okay, well, Sanders wanted to go up the field, but both of those receivers were almost stacked on each other, so he didn't feel comfortable throwing it. Ended up throwing it down to the check down, like you talked about. It's still a completion for him.
He's completing almost 73% of his passes this year. That'll do it for the first quarter of football. It's been all Jackson State here in Jacksonville. 21-0. Tiger down the front.
Really wanted them to get 28 in that first quarter, man. They get 28 in that first quarter, you had the potential to get 56 at halftime for real. But I don't expect them to keep on just scoring at the rate that they're scoring, unless they call the dogs off. But when you have Deion Sanders as your head coach, there's no calling the dogs off until all the lights on the scoreboard are working. So if this is a stat game, the way that this looks like, Shador's already got 3 first quarter touchdowns. They're looking to get him 8, 9 touchdowns for real, maybe even 10. Let's see if they're bold enough to go for 10 touchdowns with Shador. And we'll see what happens. Can they put 70 on the board? I don't think it's disrespectful to Bethune Cookman unless it's done in the fourth quarter late. But I think that if you could score 70 points by the third quarter, midway through the third quarter, you don't play Shador in the fourth quarter. He'll have his stats. But it's just a matter of that. That'll probably get him back on track and maybe possibly even get some votes for the Walter Payton. But yeah, Alabama about to take this L. They can't stop UT. And I'm not even going to another game. So yeah, man, I see that we got some more people in. Like the stream, share the stream. But we had somebody just fell off. But it's a commercial, so there's no reason for me to be invested in playing a commercial. But like the stream, share the stream. Don't forget to bless the Cash App, $KSLP1020. Let's see if we can get some more people in the building, man. If not, this is cool. It's on y'all.
Having some fun here. Jacksonville, Florida, TIAA Bank Field. It's really hadn't been much fun for the football players over Bethune Cookman. Now 21-0 after 1 quarter of play. Let's hope we get the Sonic Boom of the South to make the trip over from Jackson. But we're back home.
Normally they do travel, and I mean it's always fun when both bands being able to compete. When you look at Bethune overall, it looks like a team that hasn't been home in the last couple of weeks. I mean, particularly in that first quarter, you can just tell it's very, very sluggish.
They swing it near side. Here is Marshall.
Can't let him tackle
Be hit and dropped there for a short gain. Another one of those backs. Matter of fact, Marshall actually started early this year, but a couple of fumbles and lost that starting job to Wilkerson. But really interchangeable with Martin Wilkerson and Marshall.
And I think Wilkerson just brings a physical presence to you from a running back position that, you know, maybe they haven't had overall, and he just gives them a different version as far as a running back is concerned.
3rd down and 6. Sanders looking to throw on a 4-man rush. Spins out of trouble again. He'll take it himself, and he'll slide, but he's going to be a little bit shy of the first down. They spot him back at the 24, needs to get to the 21. We'll see if Coach Sanders wants to bring out the kick team or go for it on 4th down.
With that offense, you're probably going for it with that offense. That's the 3rd time we've seen Sanders just be elusive as far as having the defender right there in his face or making the guy miss in space.
Jackson State 4 of 8 on 4th down this year. That one is incomplete. Boy, tried to throw a bullet right there between 2 Bethune-Cookman defenders. And it goes incomplete. So Bethune-Cookman stands up and gets the football back for their offense.
That was definitely a bullet. You talked about Sanders. It was Amari Hill Robinson was the cornerback that kind of almost jumped that route. He was trying to get that football over to Powers.
Here is Jalen Jones, 5'11", 60 yards, and has been under pressure constantly. The whistle will stop play for a moment.
The previous play is under further review for targeting.
Interesting. I didn't see anything on the initial look, but we'll step aside where they try to break all that down. Back in a moment.
I kind of figured that they'll try to review that, but I don't see why. I don't see why at all. Just let that go, man. Everybody moved on. The offense on the field, the defense ready. Ain't nobody complaining. I mean, dude he just darted across the field trying to make a play on the ball, man. Shador missed his target. He should have went to Wilkerson in the flat because everybody bailed inside and Wilkerson was in the flat by himself. He threw the ball. He threw that little ball on the little, he was on the out and up. He threw the ball right there on that play. He gets a touchdown. Well, I don't see 56 happening by halftime. Not if they're going to do that. 56 only would have happened had they scored on that possession. So they got some work to do. They got to put up, it's 21. Shoot, they got to put up another 21. Can they put up another 21 or 28? Either way it go, I don't want to see Shador midway past the third. So hopefully he can get 8 or 9 touchdowns. That'll get him some attention. That'll make some people turn their heads. But man, like the stream, share the stream. I know some of y'all are working. I'm working. Yeah, ain't no excuse. You working, I'm working. Like the stream, share the stream. Hit the Cash App, $KSLP1020 is pinned. We might take a look around if the band's not playing, we'll take a look around the HBCU horn. As a matter of fact, let me give y'all a look. Well, never mind. I'll give y'all an update on the next break.
Well, there was no targeting on the play. Terry Sims happy about that because they were looking at Jimon Eford here, one of their best defensive players who came in second on that hit. They decided no targeting on the play. Eford gets to stay around. So we're ready for some football in a 21-0 game, 13:35 to go before halftime. Big tight end in motion. Averett. That one is incomplete, going across the middle to Dylan Lee. Everett Wiggins right there in coverage. Pressure comes. Jones throws, and it's incomplete. I don't know that he can really get that throw away that he wanted to with the pressure right in his face. Davis bringing the heat.
And you can take a look at it. I mean, the back just goes too far inside. And like you talk about, it was Davis that was able to get there. I mean, as a tailback, you can't sink that far inside. You've got to be able to come and pick up Davis there, but he was too far inside and ends up coming out of the game. But there was no way for your quarterback, Jalen Jones, to be able to step into that throw.
Bethune Cookman 0 for 3 on third downs. Another quick throw. This one is caught around the 30-yard line. A big collision on the back end. Ellington hangs on to that football. Maybe on Beasley, the true freshman came in to make the big hit.
Right now, you have your offense still wanting to play, but I mean that's one of the reasons that you see zero pressure there from Jackson State is they knew a 3rd and long situation. And we'll take another look at it. I mean, they're bringing the house. They're man-to-man across the board, and you have to throw that football quick, but it also doesn't allow you to be able to pick up that first down. Nice job of tackling on the back end as well.
Oh, a high snap. That one's going to sail all the way into the end zone, and that will be a safety. So put 2 more points on the board now for Jackson State, and they'll get the football back with decent field position as a result. But a high snap sails right over the head of Ben Lennon.
And that was just airmailed. You go back and you look even last week, and they were the same kind of issues as far as special teams from, you talk about field goal, punt, bobble snaps for this Bethune-Cookman team, and your defense did a good job of being able to stop them. We said, okay, we'll punt the football away, but don't do a great job at that, and that's 2 more points for Jackson State, and then they will receive the football back.
Not much Lennon could do there.
So you open the game with a big kickoff return, and now you have another kind of blunder there on your punt team.
So Bethune-Cookman will kick it away from the 20-yard line. Isaiah Bolden back to return the kick from Nicholas Daniel. Nikolai Daniel. Bethune having to run somebody on late. Strong kick. Taken by Bolden. Bolden hit low and high and dropped right at the 40-yard line. The helmet comes off. Bolden's helmet's come off. He's been involved in quite a few things today, but so has Shedeur Sanders. Boy, he's been impressive here in the first quarter and change.
Well, there you go into one of his favorite plays, the mesh play, and then he makes a couple guys miss as far as you've got pressure by Lewis off of the edge, and you can just see him be able to distribute the football, whether it's the dig route, whether it's the flat route, just getting it to the playmakers.
16 of 20. 3 touchdown passes. That gives him 20 touchdown passes on the year against just 2 interceptions. Averaging 357 yards a game through the air and 30 completions. Santee Marshall in the game and running back. They will hand it to Marshall. Hit from behind and dropped after a gain of about 1 yard. But one thing Jackson State has, and that is some size up front. They have really, in terms of just mass, have a huge advantage over Bethune-Cookman. You look at their offensive line, 6'5", 330, 6'4", 320, 6'4", 317, 6'4", 310, 6'4", 347. Those are some big old boys up front now.
And you talk to Coach Sanders and have another offside penalty. This time they're going to stop it. Second time we've seen Bethune jump off sides. Christopher Grant, one of those guys. But you talk to Coach Sanders, and I mean, they remade that whole offensive line coming into this year. I think there was only one player as far as starter that is getting consistent playing time. But I mean, he knew if they wanted to get to
outside defense, number 51, contact, second down.
Yeah, if they wanted to eventually get to winning, you talk about the Celebration Bowl, that they had to protect the quarterback. And I think that they've done a lot better job as far as protecting Shedeur Sanders. But you just talked about the size. That is some beef up front.
And, across the front for Bethune-Cookman defensively, they go 220, 290, 270, 280. 4-man rush. Pass is caught. That'll be a first down and a whole bunch more as Hooks gets it inside the 40 down to the 36-yard line. That's a gain of 18 more yards. Trayshawn Smith bringing him down.
This is on time as far as the throw. You can see, some of those 5, 10, 10-yard routes. Bethune just can't adjust. They can't get their eyes around quick enough. And you talk about getting into drop zone areas, they just can't get there.
Bethune-Cookman takes a timeout. 11:28 to go. Jackson State drive it again, up 23.
So let me know if y'all experiencing any issues on y'all end. I don't have any on my end. I just wanted to make sure that the stream is working well for everybody. I know there's a delay, so I'm just waiting. Again, man, like the stream, share the stream. We live and in this thing. Don't forget to like the stream, share the stream. Come on, y'all. We can do better than the likes we get. Can we get some more likes? As soon as this commercial over, we'll dive right back into it. Oh yeah, shout out. Appreciate that. Y'all can't see, but they know who I'm talking to.
Jacksonville Beach, about 15-minute drive from where we sit here at TIAA Bank Field, downtown Jacksonville. Boy, gorgeous, just a gorgeous weekend here in the first coast of Florida. Jackson State certainly has enjoyed their trip to Jacksonville, including their offensive coordinator, Brett Bartolone, in his first year calling plays, running this air raid, his version of it. It has certainly worked well. I mean, the combination of, rebuilding this offensive line, and you've got this quick pass game with kind of some up-tempo involved in that, and it's just been something to see this year for Jackson State. One of the few times they go backwards, Dallas Daniel makes the catch, but Uriah Ratliff there to make the play defensively. 5 tackles already for Ratliff.
He's been active, and this is just like you talked about, just a screening. If you're going to win at the point of attack, like Ratliff did, then you've got an opportunity to make some plays, but you've got to be able to beat the defender or the offensive guy that's trying to block you.
2nd down and 12. Sanders dumps it off underneath. Pass caught there by the tight end, DJ Stevens. Get it inside the 35, down to the 34-yard line. So a gain of 4. Demetrius Hudson on the play. Jackson State 4 out of 5 on 3rd downs this afternoon. On the year, Jackson State converting 3rd downs at a 48.5% clip. That is first in the SWAC, 17th in the FCS. Four-man rush. Sanders wide open at the 25-yard line, but backpedaling goes Shane Hooks, and he may have lost. Actually, he actually, with his 3rd effort, I guess, would get enough for the 1st down, but it looks like he backpedaled and almost lost the 1st down yardage.
Well, you're exactly right, Dave. I mean, when he makes the initial catch, he comes back instead of just turning it and getting his shoulders going forward. But it was that 2nd and 3rd effort that he had, was able to fight for that yardage that he had lost and pick up the 1st down.
Handoff goes to Marshall. Oh, my goodness, what a hit at the 5-yard line. Flags come in at the end of that play, but another huge hit on the back end by Bethune Cookman and Ratliff. Oh, my goodness, what a hit.
Hey, I said it earlier. Hey, look, those running backs have to get their shoulder pads down, and that time Marshall is standing straight up.
The 1st down. Personal foul. Targeting on the defense, number 23. The previous play is under further review.
I'm anxious to see this again. Of course, Marshall, not a defensive player.
I don't know, Dave.
He hit him right in the chest.
He hit him right in the chest, and I don't know if he led with the helmet. I think the helmet kind of catches him, but he gets hit down low as well by Smith.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to did he go? He's not a defensive player, so it's got to be a crown of the helmet attack.
It's like the third time, though. We've seen those backs run and not get their shoulder pads. They're running standing straight up. They're not getting their shoulder pads down. And
after further review, we do not have targeting on the play. First down.
I'll tell you something. We've watched a lot of football. That was one of the all-time great collisions, legal collisions we have seen.
He leads kind of with the shoulder. Marshall's just standing straight up.
Yeah.
Marshall is standing straight up, and like we talked about, he's getting hit a little bit by Smith down low, but it's like he doesn't even see Ratliff. And what's interesting is it's two safety high, so the play design is great because both safeties are running, kind of a zone concept, so offensive line does an outstanding job of blocking up front. The running backs, you have to get your shoulder pads down. That's laying some wood.
The end result, though, is a 1st and goal for Jackson State. Set up shop at the 5-yard line. Sanders looking, has all day to throw, and that is wide open. Dallas Daniels in the back of the end zone. The 4th touchdown pass for Shedeur Sanders. The 6th time in his career he has thrown 4 or more touchdown passes in a game, and we still have 9:16 to go here in the second quarter. The second one to Dallas Daniels.
And this is just a drop coverage, and I don't know if it was Ratliff who should have had him, but it's very, very similar to the first touchdown throw that he threw earlier, where it's just mesh concepts. And so basically you got the crossing routes as the underneath, and on the back end or right there at the end zone underneath the goalpost, you've got that final dig route.
Well, despite the big hit by Uriah Ratliff, Jackson State answers. Shedeur Sanders, 4 touchdown passes. It's 30-0 Jackson State.
So it looked like we will get about maybe close to 200 yards of rushing offense by the end of this game. Shedeur's passing yards are still off a little bit. I think he really need about 500 yards to catapult his name back into that second spot, as far as the Walter Payton Award goes. And it just depends on how Scott does for Incarnate Word against his old team today. Maybe we see a little bit of movement. I don't know if D. Morant, who he plays today, or if they're on a bye week, but I know that he's been on fire. So, but we just got to see more consistency. Let's see if the defense can force some turnovers, right? That's the only people that we really haven't. I mean, they made some stops, right? They gave up a few first downs, no drives, forced some punts. They got some stops, but there ain't no turnovers. So you want to see some sacks. You want to see some fumbles. I think they only got like 2 or 3 sacks. But you want to see the defense being up 30, pin their ears back and keep coming. And does Bethune Cookman continue to try to run the ball being down 30 points? I mean, you still got a lot of game left.
Him around a bunch. Hard to really track him down. The graduate transfer. Has 2 touchdown catches. He had 142 yards receiving against Mississippi Valley State earlier this year. This offense is just clicking right now. It is. It's been a great combination. They've run the ball well. They've given Sanders time to throw, and when you give him time to throw, he's just picking them apart.
He's done a nice job of distribution as well. He's gotten it to his tight end a couple times, gotten a couple of different receivers, but Daniels has been the main guy involved. But, just a nice job of distribution with the football.
Mason to kick it off. This one is down at the 3-yard line. Here comes Dees. He's hit at the 10 and stopped right there. 21-25 for Sanders, and this was the last one that went for 6.
Yeah, Dave, you just take a look at it. And inside guys, as far as you're going to have shallow cross, you have the outside receiver on the left. He's running a shallow cross inside. You've got another shallow cross here. But the receiver that's coming, this is Daniels here up top. And so from a progression standpoint, you've got zone there by Bethune, and they just dropped the coverage. Ratliff has to understand and know that someone is coming into his area, and he's got his eyes too much inside. And so they've just got to be able to pass that off defensively.
Well, they have had some wide open receivers. Let's see if Jones can do something here. He's just backpedaling. There is nothing he can do. He is swallowed up by that defensive front. This is a team that led the FCS in sacks last year. Maybe not on that pace, but, boy, they are disrupting the quarterback today.
Well, they definitely have been disruptive, and you're bringing extra guys. And, my issue with Bethune as far as the offense is concerned, a lot of the plays that they want down the field is taking too long. It's taking too long to develop, and Jones really doesn't have an outlet or anywhere to go with the football. You've got to be able to get the football out of the quarterback's hand, particularly with the pressure that Jackson State is bringing.
Go with a 4-receiver look. Running back, Quayshawn Bird. Quick throw over the middle. Pass is caught there around the 20-yard line. That's a nice grab by Averett. Let's go down to Andrea.
Well, you all are talking about the pressure that Jalen Jones is feeling, and listening to him on the sidelines, he was saying, I'm hot. I see the corners, but I don't have any time to wait for it. He said, I'm throwing the football, and the defense is slapping my hand. He feels the pressure.
And this is one of those days, too, Andre, that he really wanted to perform well at a high level, but he needs his O-line to kind of give him a little more time. Here comes some heat. No time again. This one is, they're going to say, caught. A flag comes in from the side, Judge, 20 yards away. Averett is really showing you why he is an NFL prospect today.
And I think, you're going to get Bolden as well on that position, that right hand kind of hooking Averett. It's back-to-back plays as far as
defense. First down, spot of the foul.
We'll take another look at it, and there's pressure right there. Your tailback does a nice job of picking it up. And this time we've seen Gaddy as well with the pressure, but this time Jones doesn't have to throw it at the feet of the receiver and at least picks up a first down.
Jones kept it and dropped it, but falls on top of the football. Gaddy came in to force that fumble right at the mesh point.
And we saw Coach Sanders get on Gaddy earlier for going so aggressive at the tailback and not realizing or understand who he was playing as far as a quarterback. That time, like you said, he meets him at the mesh point, almost able to come up with the strip fumble and recovery.
Four-man rush, and they get to Jones in a hurry. That's a loss of 9. And a flag comes in late again at the end of this play. Rajan will get credit for the sack.
It's going to be after the play against Jackson State.
Well, that will not make Coach Sanders very happy.
After the play is over, unsportsmanlike conduct on both teams. Number 68 on the offense, number 92 on the defense. Those penalties offset. Play count, third down.
We'll take another look at it, and as far as the sack is concerned, the pressure comes just right up top. I mean, that's exactly where the pressure comes from. You talk about from a quarterback, Jones, he didn't have an opportunity. Nice inside move, dip move, and Jones really just didn't have an opportunity to set his feet. Nice job in offsetting penalties there against Bethune as well as Jackson State.
So a couple of sacks today. This is a defense that finished second in the FCS last year, trying to improve on that. They get another sack. That's 3 of them now. And they're just, as they say, pinning their ears back. and taking a straight shot at Jalen Jones. Arrington gets credit for that sack. A loss of 7.
Here's 50 Arrington right there. He's able to he comes around. I mean, there's nothing Jones can do. And as a quarterback, you have to understand and know who you're playing. I mean, he has to understand and know that, hey, look, I have to get this football out of my hand. They're coming after the quarterback. And, you know, from a play caller standpoint, you got to help him as well.
Low snap. Lennon gets this one away. It's caught around the 48-yard line by Willie Gaines. He's going to the wide side of the field. Bethune Cookman with good coverage, and he'll be dropped around the 47-yard line. So Bethune Cookman strings it out nicely, but a relatively short field to work with for Jackson State as they lead it 30-0.
Man, Bryce Young just took a shot in the chin. He took a big shot in the chin. Alabama down 11 points. A minute and 28 seconds left. But Tennessee just gave him a 15-yard penalty. It might be 24-28 in a minute. So Delaware State all over Norfolk State with 2 seconds left in the game. That game is going final. With Delaware State winning. Grambling is up 17-10 on FAMU was up 17-10 on Grambling. Remember, it was 10-3 at the half. South Carolina State won 36-0. A&T won 45-7. That's it from the HBCU first round, the first 4 games. You got everybody else getting ready to play now, and we'll get into those games at halftime, and we'll look around. If you're just joining us, this game is 30-0, as you can see on the screen. Well, I saw on the screen. We're going to ride this thing all the way out. Like the show, share the show. Support the channel, man. Cash App pin, KSL, $KSLP1020. You know what I'm saying? Support your boy, man. You won't get a stream like this nowhere on YouTube. Trust me. We just waiting on them to return, man, so we can see what's going on this offense. I really was hoping for 56 points at halftime, but it's 6 minutes left. I don't even think they can score 21. Cup playoffs. I don't think they can score 2 more times. I would want them to, but I don't know if they can.
Welcome back to Jacksonville, where Jackson State offense has scored 4 touchdowns before the half. And credit to first-year offensive coordinator Brett Bartoloni, who played under Mississippi State head coach Mike Leach at Washington State University, learned the air raid offense after medically retiring. He was a grad assistant under Mike Leach, and he has had an incredible journey coaching at the Division III level. He spent time coaching a European amateur team in France that had great success, back to the Division III level, and then Mike Leach, his former head coach, gave a good word for him. He interviewed for the job at Jackson State. And I talked to Mike Leach, and he said that Brett Bartoloni is a smart guy, high achiever, and great person, great student of the game. He's showing it so far, guys.
Well, Andrea, Coach Leach recommended 3 of his disciples that could run the type of offense that Deion Sanders was looking for, and they interviewed all 3 of them. And actually, it turns out that Shedeur Sanders was in on those interviews, and they settled on Brett Bartoloni. So obviously there was a really good connection between not just Coach Prime, but Shedeur as well. And this offense, certainly the way that they have put it all together, looks outstanding. A little tap at the games underneath. And he will be tripped up around the 46-yard line. A helmet comes off again. Boy, Bethune Cookman might want to get some new chin straps. Gain of 6.
You talk about having to play physical football. That's kind of exactly what you're having. And right now, from a defensive standpoint, he's thinking, why do I think that's Oliver. Oliver's asking, why do I have to come out of the game? And it's like, I got it. He pushed it off. And, when you talk about a quarterback and his OC/QB coach, you, particularly for Shedeur Sanders, he wants to kind of know what he's thinking. Can I be on the same page with that OC and the guy that's calling the plays? Because you want him to be comfortable.
Sanders Underneath, pass caught there by Rico Powers. Nice little move that'll get him inside the 35, down to the 33-yard line. That'll be a gain of 12 and a first down.
Just that tempo of Jackson State, just them, just really frustrating Bethune.
J.D. Martin on that carry. Pick up a 4. Jackson State has gone tempo on a few possessions and caught Bethune Cookman in some tough situations, slowing it down a little bit here. Sanders steps into this one to the end zone, underthrows his man. It's picked off at the end zone. Pugh will come up with the interception that snuffs out a Jackson State drive. His first interception of the year, and this the third one thrown by Shedeur Sanders.
This looks like all go special. You got a bender, and on the outside, I mean, this ball is just underthrown. Pugh looked like he had safety help over the top, and he's just able to just pick that one off. And so that would probably be the first bad read for Shedeur Sanders. I mean, because you have an underneath coverage with the corner and the safety bringing the.
You should have just threw the ball to Willie. Put all the mustard on it.
4:38 to go. He'll spot the football inside the 10-yard line. Quick throw to the outside, caught there by Riley. Riley slung down around the 13. A gain of 6 on that opening play.
That's what Bethune has to be able to win on the outside when they have those one-on-one matchups and be able to get it to the receivers and have to be able to make somebody miss.
Handoff goes to Lindsey. Another tie up here on the near side. Here comes a flag, and things getting chippy down there. Averett, the tight end.
Shiloh
Is he
threw
working
Averett.
on Shiloh Sanders?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Another helmet come off as well.
Personal foul, hands to the face, defense, number 21. Number 1 can stay in the game. The foul is the reason why his helmet came off. First down.
Take another look at it here, and Sanders is right there at the end. They're just blocking. Sanders was able to kind of throw him and toss him. Everett and pull him out of the game, but I mean, that got to let him go at some point.
Yeah. So Shiloh to the bench for this play as Jackson State bringing the heat. Throw is a little bit behind the intended receiver. Coverage on that back end came from Kaverick Wiggins. Gaddy putting the heat on Jones.
That football, you're trying to throw it down the field, but he doesn't have enough time and can't get anything enough on it as far as the football is concerned. And down the field throws, that's where they've kind of struggled just because of the pressure from Gaddy and that defensive line.
9 pressures, 3 sacks today for Jackson State. Getting after it again. Jones quick throw, and this one's dropped. It was there. Darryl Powell this time couldn't hang on. It would have been well shy of the first down, but still would have been a 4 or 5 yard pickup.
Oh, you like 4 or 5 instead of 3rd and 10 in this situation. I mean, because they've dialed their ears back. They've played a little coverage when it was 3rd and 15 or better. I mean, but when they can dial their ears, just hey, we're getting after the quarterback. Hadn't bode well for Bethune Cookman.
Total yards, Jackson State 317, Bethune Cookman 72. Some more pressure. Pass is dropped by Powell again. Warren back there in coverage, making it tough for the Wildcats to pick up the first down, and here comes the punt team.
That's zero blitz. I mean, that is man-to-man across the board. Ball is a little bit behind, but if you catch the previous one now, that one, at least gives you an opportunity to pick up that third down. But from a quarterback standpoint, he's got to get rid of the football quicker, and the receivers got to help him out a little bit as well.
So the play clock expires.
Delay game. On the offense, 5-yard penalty. Still fourth down.
Bethune Cookman ran a player on late. The officiating crew saw it. The player only came about 5 yards onto the field, but they took him back off, which now gives Jackson State the opportunity to sub. That's why the official stood over the ball, and play clock ran out.
And so, from that's what Bethune is kind of telling the ref. Well, you stood over the football, but you ran a guy out on the field, and so now Jackson State has an opportunity to sub, and even though they did not do so.
Good snap this time. Lennox kick. Was a good one. But returnable. Here goes Gaines to midfield, and he's out of bounds in Bethune-Cookman territory at the 45-yard line. We'll kick off your Week 6 NFL Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific with the Countdown crew on ESPN and the app. Before they square off, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes sit down to relive the wildest 13 seconds in NFL history. Plus, NFL Executive Vice President of Football Operations Troy Vincent, who also oversees officiating, will join the crew in studio to examine the roughing the passer penalty. We'll also have all the early breaking stories, injury updates, and previews of each game right up until kickoff. I'm interested to hear what Troy Vincent will have to say as a Falcon fan about the roughing the passer penalty against Grady Jarrett.
You want to hear something interesting?
Yes, I do.
None of the guys were fined for any of those roughing the quarterback penalties this past week, and that's going to be a holding penalty that's going to back it up a little bit here. That
holding.
Run.
Offense, number 91, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
Tom Brady ended up getting fined for his kick post.
Yes. He ended up getting fined,
Yeah.
but Grady didn't end up getting fined.
Right.
None of the guys this past week, and there was a couple of them that you just made you question, like, is that really roughing the passer? Is that what you call? But none of the defenders ended up getting fined. But the play was called roughing the passer.
It's tough to be a defensive player right now.
How do you tackle him?
You should have been playing this time. This is your era. Even Deion squared off one time, I believe, in a preseason game, wasn't it?
Preseason game,
Yeah.
Down in New Orleans when he was with Baltimore, and it was the last game before Hurricane Katrina. And I remember just one play. I mean, it's obviously preseason, and he told me, Deuce, they don't pay me to tackle. They pay me to cover. So I'm not about to tackle you.
You're kind enough to say, listen, I'll run out of you don't come for my knees.
And I'm going out of bounds.
Right.
We have a gentleman's agreement.
Oh, how about the one-handed catch from Shane Hooks, reaching back, a heck of a grab.
This is highlight reel right here type of catch.
Hey, now.
Wow. He's just running an over route and he puts that hand up and he's just able to, can't keep his balance, but he's definitely able to make the play and make the catch.
Hooks came in with 28 catches on the year. Second on the team behind Daniels. Here's Sanders rolling left, throwing near side, and that pass, I'll say, is caught at the 39-yard line. That's shy of the line of game, back at the 35-yard line. Kevin Coleman, the true freshman, highly touted, making the grab.
When you talk about just the quarterback play, I mean, he is rolling to the left. That is a deep out that he is throwing, and that is on the money. I know it doesn't pick up a first down, but that is on the money, rolling to your left. A deep out to Coleman.
Coleman came in as the top-ranked slot receiver in the country last year out of high school. Now with 14 catches on the year. 1:35 to go before halftime. It has been all Jackson State. Sanders, that one is batted down at the line of scrimmage. Now 23 out of 29. Jaden Loving will get that football back for his offense.
Like you said, Jaden Loving not able to get to the quarterback. So the next best thing as far as for a defensive lineman, hey, let me get my hand up. Can I get my hand up? And that time he's reading the eyes of the quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, and he's able to get his hand up just in that throwing lane. And second time defensively, they've come up with a 4th down stop against Jackson State.
1:29 to go before halftime. He'll hand it off. But, boy, that defensive front is starting 2 yards deep into that backfield every play.
They're just getting way too much penetration. I mean, as far as Bethune Cookman, they are winning one-on-one battles. That time, right there, you're matched up against the right guard, and Julius Reynolds is able to just to win from a leverage standpoint. He's, like you said, Dave, he's 2 yards in the backfield before the running back can even make a move.
Second down and 10. Here's some running room from Jones. He's tripped up at the 45-yard line. That'll bring up a 3rd down. Brought down there by Davis. Jackson State rolling in a lot of defensive players today. Only 1 3rd down conversion today for Bethune-Cookman. Here's Jones trying to buy a little time. He may be able to run for this, and he will have the 1st down. Actually, they're going to spot him out maybe just a bit shy, Deuce, around the 49-yard line.
Well, he reached the football across the line, but where they have him spotted right now, he's short. We'll take another look at it. Unless he stepped out, he reaches that football. Yeah, he reaches the football across the line. And I don't know if they're going to take another look at it, but where they have him marked, he is short.
Yeah, so it'll be 4th down and about a foot. Line up out of the shotgun, run it off the right side. Big hole. Here goes Bird. He's to the 30, cuts it to the near side. Bird will get out of bounds with 5 seconds. Make that 4 seconds before halftime. They'll spot him at the 18-yard line. A 30-yard pickup for Quayshawn Bird.
The 4th down play, and that's just, you talked about them playing a lot of different guys on defense, that being Jackson State, and some of those guys kind of lost the vision, and looks like Bethune-Cookman is going to take a timeout. They kind of lost the vision, and we'll take another look at here at that run. A couple guys
30-second timeout.
Just get
30 seconds.
They get caught on to offensive guys, and nice job of Bird just getting in the open field and making people miss. And one of the important things is he was able to get out of bounds. I mean, Bethune ends up still using the timeout there, but gives them an opportunity to at least to run a play here. Jackson State, from a defensive philosophy standpoint, they're bringing pressure. There's no doubt about what they're doing. They are bringing pressure. The question will be, will you give your quarterback an opportunity to be able to get the football down the field?
Jackson State's only given up 5 touchdowns in 5.5 games. So from the 18-yard line with 4 seconds left, the offense back on the field. Jalen Jones trying to get his team in the end zone here with the final play of the first half. Jones throws over the middle. Pass is dropped by Powell at the goal line, and that'll be it for the first half.
That's the end of the first half.
It was a dominating performance by Jackson State.
And Jackson State doesn't bring pressure. It's drop 8 coverage. They only rush 3. And that is a ton of traffic that he has to be able to throw that football in. And I think that was Craig that was able to get one hand on it there at the end for Jackson State.
So Shador will go 25 of 31, 215, and 4 touchdown passes. Does have that one interception. But Jackson State wanted to get off to a fast start today, and they did just that. And the defense did what they do, putting pressure on the quarterback. Let's go down to Andrea.
Coach, there was a big emphasis on a fast start this week. Offensively, how did you get rolling in that first half?
We ran the ball. We wanted to be aggressive. We wanted to not take any play for granted. The quarterback protected the ball until the end, and the defense does what it normally does.
Well, you mentioned that defense. You caught a timeout early in that first quarter. How did they respond?
They did. They responded greatly. They had a stack on both sides that we weren't playing it well. We've been practicing the same stuff all week. Everything they're doing, we practice. We just want them to perfect what we practice.
Coach, thank you.
God bless you.
Coach Prime, this team is rolling, folks. They are legit. 30-0 at halftime.
You know what?
All right, so let's just see if they show the bands. But I don't like the way that those last few drives by JSU went. You don't want to have those. You were clicking earlier. You don't want to slow down. It should have been a 60-point half. That's a statement. That's dominating. You put 60 on somebody at half, that's dominating. That's letting your opponent know that you ain't got a chance, right? You let them get a couple of stops and an interception. It is what it is. Shador should have do that. He should have checked that ball down, even though he ran them verticals. He should have checked that down to the running back, or he should have threw it toward the back of the end zone. And I just think that he didn't get enough on that pass to try to go to Shane Hooks. But all in all, I just would have went to Willie Gaines. You running verticals, I just would have threw. I would have, no matter what. Them safeties parted ways, and Willie's running down the middle. So, real quick, before I jump back over, I just wanted to see what's going on with the Jackrabbits and the Bisons.
Bringing Lipke down for a minimal gain.
Sands 2, second down and 8. From the 20. They'll go right back to.
That's them, it ain't me. Okay, 21-17, third. That's all I wanted to see. All right, they're still on commercial.
Set up third down and short. That was all Lipke there.
And that's the difference between North Dakota State and a lot of other teams throughout the country. You run on first down, you only get 2 yards. You're thinking
going to
throw it, play action, something. You're not going to go straight back to the play you just ran. That's the difference between this NDSU offense and the rest of the country.
3rd and 1 from the 27. They'll go right back to him this time. He'll lean forward and is able to pick up a Bison first down. 3 straight runs for Hunter Lipke. None of them easy, but the Bison have a new set of downs.
Yeah, and the South Dakota State defense, obviously, they came in with great numbers against the run, but the one thing they have not done is they have not played a team like NDSU who is committed fully to the running game. Now, we've obviously seen Cam Miller do some really good things through the air, and that's opened up the run game a little bit here today as well.
New set of downs for the Bison as they go to work from the 29-yard line, leading 21-17. They'll keep it here on the ground. Not much there as Ganella was able to get something. Late penalty flag here
well after the play. Dan Larson, the offensive line coach for NDSU, screaming here.
Yeah, Don was Cody Mack. He was 20 yards downfield, but I'm guessing they're arguing he just didn't hear a whistle, so he continues to block. And
After the play, personal foul, offense number 70. 15-yard penalty. Second down.
and once again, the 15-yard penalty.
Mo, there ain't nothing going on with Travis. They just not playing him until next week. He practiced all week. They just holding him out until next week. They just let him heal up. Yeah, Aaron, I saw that. He jumping up and down because, shoot, it was a pick. It should have been a pick. It should have been a pick, man. The dude's putting the ball where it could be picked. So I think that they need to go back and squat on routes. But they keep on picking on Kevrick. They did that last game, the last couple of games. But this ain't the best secondary that they had in. I mean, I like seeing Beasley come out and get a start. They started Beasley this game. You know, maybe they playing them a lot because they're gonna try to redshirt them. Some of the freshmen, I think they're gonna try to redshirt them and to keep their eligibility in place. And we'll see how that goes. But I'm thinking, man, you just zone blitz Jalen Jones because you know he can't read defenses. So you just zone blitz him, and he gonna throw the ball right to you. Yeah, I think a lot of people like Beasley because he come from St. John Bosco. But if you could redshirt him, that'll be really good for him. If he'll take the red shirt, but he playing good enough to not red shirt this year. It's just a lot of bodies that JSU has, and that depth is going. We'll see what happened in this third quarter. If JSU can come out, get a stop, force a punt, go down and score. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what it looked like, but they're really going to need to. Shador's he's really in need of at minimum 7 to 8 touchdown game today. So if he could hit 400 yards and have 7 to 8 touchdowns in this third quarter, by the end of the third quarter, we don't see him in the fourth quarter, but we still see JSU come out and score. I do believe that JSU is going to score, rest some of the guys, and get the young guys in. My bad. Let me get the band on. Oh, my bad. They ain't gonna play the band. See, the Sonic Boom ain't in the building, man. They ain't even look. They won't even play the band because the Sonic ain't there. Sonic ain't there, man. They ain't got nothing for y'all, man. They ain't got nothing for nobody. No Sonic, we ain't playing. All right. So, I mean, how would y'all grade the first half, man? I'm saying it's a C. It's a C plus. Cause them last 3 drives, they just messed them last 3 drives up. It should have easily been like at least 48. Well, 44 nothing. 44 nothing would have been sweet. I'm trying to wait for the game to come back on. They got these long commercial breaks, man. They don't want to do nothing. All right, hold on, y'all. 1 second here. All right. So who y'all got, man? What y'all got? What you grade in the first half of the game? No, he can play 4 games. He can play 4 games. He got 4 games to play to still receive a red shirt. It don't matter how much time he played in the game. It's just that he can't play more than 4 games. He could have started 4 games and then received the red shirt. Yeah, they ain't got no listen, Mo. Ain't no halftime show today, buddy. Ain't no boom. They ain't interested. No boom, no band. UT is up 8 points on Alabama at the beginning of the third quarter. Let me go around the horn and inform y'all on some FBS, FCS stuff. Toledo is tied with Kent State. Georgia up 31-0 on Vanderbilt. NIU versus Eastern Michigan 23-10. Tulane is winning by 3 over South Florida. Wisconsin up 7 over Michigan State. Louisiana Tech is down by 10 to North. I think that's North Texas. Yep, North Texas. James Madison 17-14 over Georgia Southern. Washington and Arizona just kicked off a few minutes ago. Score still 0-0. Ohio is up 20 over Western Michigan. Uh-oh, here goes some band.
Jackson State, when we come back, we will break down the first half and get you set for the second half with highlights and statistics. Please stay with us right here on ESPN.
Told you. No boom, no band. ESPN got it in their contract. If the boom don't play, we don't show. That's a shame. Syracuse 17-6 over North Carolina State. Maryland 21-17 over Indiana. Western Kentucky is up 21-10 over MTSU. That's Middle Tennessee State. Oregon State is up 27-13 over TCU. UAB is up by 5 over Charlotte, 19-14. Arkansas is all over BYU, 31-21. Again, Grambling and FAMU. Grambling and FAMU, 20-16. Grambling and FAMU. Let me break that real quick. Let me see if this game went final yet. This game should be final. Well, less than a minute. 20-16, the fourth quarter, 1st and 10, Grambling. Hey, y'all got to fix y'all network, buddy. The streaming ain't looking too hot. So it looked like Grambling fighting. I'm gonna come back to the halftime stats of the other game. I just want to see what's going on for a second. If he don't complete the first pass, they lose. They lose the game. They got to score a touchdown. He don't complete the first pass right here. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get ugly. A freshman in the fourth quarter with 1:45 and one timeout. Yeah, they ain't gonna win. They ain't gonna win. 20-16. South Carolina State won. They didn't play nobody. Southern play Alcorn at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. It's the bottom of the fifth in the Houston Astro and Mariner game. Bottom of the fifth. The Mariners are getting ready to hit the plate. Again, man, like the stream, share the stream.
In Jacksonville, Florida, Jackson State beating Bethune Cookman 30-0 at halftime. Jackson State wanted to get off to a good start after a slow start last week in Montgomery against Alabama State, a game which they eventually won. But nonetheless, they did get out to that good start. Deion Sanders happy about that. Your thoughts about Jackson State really in that first half?
Well, I think they did exactly what they wanted to do as far as when you're talking about being able to attack a team and being able – it really started with the opening kick. I mean, the opening kick went right about 55 yards. And then offensively, you get to your favorite package as far as mesh, what your quarterback really likes. He distributed the football to a lot of different guys. And then I think that the running game, which was key for this group to be able to do what they do.
Yeah, kind of set it up for Shedeur Sanders, who had 4 touchdown passes in that first half, and really he had all day to throw. The pocket was great.
Yeah, the only time they really got pressure was on some of the play action runs, but even on that, he was still able to get the football off. But you can see him working the middle of the field as working the flat routes as well.
Well, defensively, they came in giving up less than 10 points per game. Perhaps the best defense in the FCS, and really no reason to think otherwise.
No, not at all. And, just to be able to get pressure off of the edge, they're a pressure-built system anyway. They like to be able to bring those safeties, be able to bring some of those linebackers, and they're going to challenge you on the outside. They're going to say, our guys are going to get there, and you won't have time to throw the football.
But only 6 rushing yards for Bethune-Cookman, 79 yards through the air. It was all about this Jackson State defense. And look at the numbers on the other side, too. I mean, it's just total domination. There were a couple of opportunities for Bethune-Cookman, especially late. They had a chance with 4 seconds left, but could not convert. No points on the board. So Jackson State leading it by 30. Second half football coming up on the other side. Can they remain unbeaten? Certainly looks that way at this point. Back in a moment.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Santa Fe with 3.29% APR, plus get 3 years of complimentary maintenance. Visit your local Hyundai dealer.
A Bojangles family meal has more to choose from.
Coleslaw.
Dirty rice.
Mac and cheese. Those scratch-made biscuits.
More choices of handcrafted fixings for everyone. You won't find that in a bucket or a bundle. Order in the app and get more. It's Bo time.
Men put their skin through a lot, day in, day out. That's why Dove Men Body Wash has skin-strengthening nutrients and moisturizers that help rebuild your skin. Dove Men Plus Care, smoother, healthier skin with every shower.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever.
Hey, hit that like button, man. Keep hitting the like button. Get disrespectful with the like button. No update yet. I told you they weren't going to show too much of this halftime. If the Boom's playing, they'll show it. Washington on the board. Rice, LSU. Rice kickoff is about to kick off against Florida Atlantic. Then an hour from now, LSU, Florida. Alcorn.
And welcome back to college football here in Jacksonville, Florida. Of course, college football presented by our friends at McDonald's. Here is Shedeur Sanders, who had a tremendous first half. Had the one errant throw right down at the goal line. Left a little bit short. He was picked off. And snuffed out a drive. But other than that, Shedeur slinging it around this field pretty well. This NFL facility on the Jacksonville Jaguars. One day Shedeur will be slinging it around here at this ballpark.
V. Carter. Nah, they don't show the bands at non-HBCU. HBCUs are the only place they show the bands. They don't show the bands nowhere else. Unless it's like, I can't really, well, they'll show the bands for other schools. It depends on the situation. There y'all go. You see Travis.
We've only faced each other 9 times over the years, but certainly they'll be regular foes from here on out, both in the SWAC now. Deion Sanders trying to get back to that Celebration Bowl. Winner of the SWAC taking on the winner of the MEAC. Last year, it was South Carolina State that pulled off the upset in the Celebration Bowl. Nobody gave them a chance, and they knocked off this Jackson State team afterwards. Deion Sanders said they just got out physical, they got out hustled, out coached, out everything that game, and there were no excuses. And really, that's kind of the carrot that's dangled out here right now for Jackson State in terms of this season. What are we playing for? Well, we're playing to get back to Celebration Bowl and beat up on somebody pretty good.
Yeah, and they want to beat up on somebody pretty good, and they also want to finish ranked #1 as far as the amongst the HBCUs is concerned right now. Overall, you know, they're well on their way as far as, like you said, from this game and this season of pretty much hitting on most of those goals so far.
So Bethune Cookman will have the football first to the 25-yard line. So if you're Bethune, Deuce, you're getting really no help up front right now. The defensive front for Jackson State's just lighting up the backfield. How do you kind of get around that? How do you game plan around that?
Well, the one thing, I'm going to spread them out again. I mean, I think your first drive was your best drive when you look at it overall. You know, I know you had the big run there right before the half, but I am spreading them out, and I've got to hit some quicker throws. I can't expect my quarterback to hold the football very long.
Nice run to start their opening drive of the third quarter as they go with Bird on that carry. Boy, Sean, the senior out of Palm Coast, Florida.
He did a nice job of just being able to get on the edge, and you see right away Jackson State running another defender in there. That was Regain that was playing that defensive end spot, and he's got to be the anchor on that edge.
Out to the 40-yard line goes Bird, brought down by Niles Gaddy, who now has 5 tackles. Also has a sack, pressure, forced fumble. Been all over the place.
Yeah, it was the first play of the game. He kind of committed and sold out to the running back, and, you know, Coach Sanders got on him a little bit. And you talk about Coach Thurman as well, the defensive coordinator. And it was almost like they woke him up from a defensive standpoint.
So second down, let's call it 6. Well, stunned up front. Jones, again, running away from some pressure and gets hammered right at the 40-yard line. Julius Reynolds chasing him down. Pressure came from Williams up front on a stunt, forced him out of the pocket.
Yeah, and like you said, from there, he's just running, trying to be able to pick up some positive yards. You got a couple of guys blocking downfield, but Jackson State has been all over the quarterback as far as stunts, being able to bring pressure. It looked like initially that they were going to bring a lot more people, but I think they only ended up bringing 4 guys, but it was a twist stunt up front for Williams at that nose tackle position that flushed the quarterback out of the pocket.
So third down and 6. What? That one is incomplete. Jones just saw somebody right in his face. But a couple of seconds after he got the snap, Khalil Arrington came flying in. A tough day for Jalen Jones.
Definitely a tough day. And you talk about from a receiver standpoint, your receiver's running a slant route, and the quarterback, it looks like he was throwing the hitch route. And it was exactly like you said early on. I don't know if it was just a miscommunication up front as far as blocking is concerned, but somebody right away was in Jones's face.
So 4th down, and Bethune Cookman will punt it away. Low snap, a one-hopper, fielded nicely there by Lennon. Gets away, a nice kick. Fair catch called for at the 18-yard line by Gaines, and that is where Jackson State will start their opening possession of the third quarter, up by 30.
So for me, Dave, the question becomes, injured Bethune Cookman players who's running out off the field.
Officials timeout.
It must be hot in Florida.
Trayshawn Smith, like he was trying to run off the field. That's the second time that he's kind of been banged up and injured. The defense was coming out there. He's on defense as well. He just went down on the field.
With the Bethune Cookman offensive coordinator, Mike Canales, been around a time or two, coaching football all over the place, trying to find some answers for this offense. Now they respected offensive coordinators. Look at his numbers, 35 years of coaching experience. He's been OC at UTEP, North Texas, Arizona, and NC State, wide receiver coach for the Jets in the NFL. He has spent a lot of time coaching football. He's been to BYU, Snow College, Pacific, USF, NC State, Arizona, North Texas, Utah State, been to Tennessee, UTEP, Maryland, now Bethune Cookman.
So you're telling me he's seen a thing or two?
Yes. Great guy. He is a great guy. He really is. I've had a chance our careers have passed numerous times. But today's a tough day for any offensive coordinator facing this Jackson State defense. DJ Stevens there on the catch. He's been a busy man today. Picks up 12.
Well, and see, I love that my quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, he has answers. When there's pressure, like it was there was an answer and a way for him to get rid of the football to the tight end.
They'll run it right between the tackles and a gain of a couple on that play. Wilkerson had some really big runs to set this run game up today. Some big collisions as well, as these running backs have been running a little high, Deuce, as you have pointed out 2 or 3 times, causing some big-time collisions. But J.D. Martin, Santee Marshall, and Wilkerson have all had the same kind of issue.
And I think the problem that if you're Bethune Cookman, it's been so far down the
right.
field.
It's been after they've picked up 10, 15 yards.
The only times that we see Bethune Cookman get some pressure on the quarterback without just a play action guy, and that was Judas McKenzie, who was able to get the pressure, still not able to bring Shedeur Sanders down.
Sanders buying some time, steps up, heaves it way downfield and overthrew his receiver by 10 or 15 yards, and Ratliff comes up with the interception. He's been everywhere on the back end of that defense for Bethune Cookman.
That was a bad ball.
And that's another one, another throw like we talked about earlier. Bethune Cookman able to make a play right here as far as an interception, but you have to kind of scratch your head and kind of see what Shedeur Sanders is looking at. But 30-0 for Jackson State over Bethune Cookman.
Looking like I'm the next big thing. I'm about to.
Bad ball, man. You get a stop. Your defense get a stop. You get the ball. You see, that's 2 interceptions, 2 turnovers on down. That's 4 drives that you get shut out. I think you changed the play call up a little bit. He favoring Dallas Daniels a little bit too much right there. He got to work the middle. He got to work the middle of the field because they're spreading their safeties. But Bartoloni ain't even trying to really full court press the team because he ain't running enough goals or anything like that. Nothing unique. So I just think that, like I said, Shador gonna be in the game for a little while. 2 turnovers though. So 4 picks on the year. 20 touchdowns, 4 picks. Now he gotta get to 7 touchdowns. They'll give him a shot. Shador not locked in though. Just like everybody else, man. Everybody ain't locked in today, man. Hit the cash app, man. $ KSLP1020. Like the stream. Everybody not locked in. I could tell. Everybody just breezing through this Saturday. He said he's seeing ghosts. I think that he put too much on the ball. Twice. He's because one was an underthrow and that one was an overthrow. So they just let you know that he ain't locked in.
Taking his uniform, getting some reps in the pregame, but as you can see, that didn't work. He's been out. He played a few snaps early on in the opener against Florida A&M and hasn't seen the field since. As Deion Sanders told us, when he is out there and he is healthy, he's not only their best defensive back, maybe their best defensive player, he's also can play offense. He might be our best offensive player.
Yeah, he said from a receiver standpoint, he is the best one, as far as a two-way player, and he is a special talent, just looking at him in that FAMU game and, just being able to match up with the best receiver as well.
He is a lockdown guy. For more, let's go down to Andrea.
As I talked to Shedeur Sanders on Travis Hunter, and he said, Travis is different. The hype is real. He said on offense, he knows leverage, steps, and where to attack a DB. And then he added on defense, Travis knows how to bait you and make it look like he's beat when he's not. Shedeur said, I have to bring my A game every time I'm going at him and when I'm throwing to him.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of eyeballs on him when he finally gets healthy enough to play a full game. And initially, the thought was that handoff gets back to the line of scrimmage, but the initial thoughts on Travis was let's let him play defense first. Let's let him get healthy, work his way in as a defensive player, and we'll see what will happen on the offensive side of the ball. Maybe next week is the week for Travis to get back out there as they take on Campbell. Pretty explosive offense.
Well, the one thing we know from talking to Coach Sanders is he's close. And so he just wants to make sure, one, he's healthy enough that he can go out there and do it. And then, two, from a conditioning standpoint, that he's ready to go as well.
Jones dropped. I mean, just doesn't have a chance to even look downfield. None of these routes are even able to kind of happen.
It's taken way too long. And so from a quarterback standpoint, you have to know and understand. I mean, you see the pressure. I only have 5 guys to be able to block it, and then inside he gets beat, and you don't even have a chance to be able to take the step. Your third step, fourth step, whichever step you're taking to be able to get rid of the football. I mean, and so Jones, you have to be able to get rid of the football, but your offensive line has to hold up front a little bit as well.
Gaines back to return this punt. Good coverage kick again. That will hit at the 32 and take a favorable Jackson State bounce. So the Jackson State offense back on field.
Yeah, they're getting big-headed just a little bit, but it's expected when you're up 30-0 and a team can't even move the ball on your defense. You got to deal with what you got to deal with. So I expect a more composed Shedeur this drive. I mean, he's competing with himself at this point. But, he's not really taking on the challenge, and what you want to see him do is you want to see him be great in these moments and not lackadaisical. And he's been lackadaisical twice with the ball in the air, which is unlike him. So he's seeing one thing and his arm doing another thing. He just got to get himself back in sync. So I think some short throws, some runs, stuff like that, it'll make it happen. Now, I will say this. Bryce Young just missed a pass that was overthrown, splitting the safeties, and he missed it by 10 yards. And his man was wide open. He put too much on it. So quarterbacks miss their stuff. Yeah, Miller is back this half. Remember, he was suspended for the first half of the game for his late hit in the Bama State game. He was just in on that series. So we might get a little juice out of him before he probably sits again. But I don't expect too much to occur. But other than that, he should be all right. So you just gotta just get back to the normal stuff, man.
If it's us versus them, who you think gon' win? If it's us versus them, who you think gon' win?
Who is SWAC? Big hits, 4 touchdown passes by Shedeur Sanders in Jackson State is certainly bringing the flavor today. Say what, Deion Sanders, in terms of a marketing aspect, he is almost a genius in that respect. The national recognition that he has brought to this team, obviously there's a lot of lights on you, but the fact that they're playing at the level they're playing at is a testament to not only can he market, but you got to be able to back it up.
You've got to be able to back it up, and you've got to have some playmakers as well. And so they understand it. They understand and know the pressure that, hey, look, if I'm going to shine the light on myself and this program, then we better be able to go out there and back it up. And they've been able to do it.
It's been impressive today, to say the least. Wilkerson on that carry.
And even he'll tell you it's not perfect. It's not perfect. It's not overall where they want to be, but they are on target overall in the grand scheme of things.
Swing it out to Wilkerson, tripped up immediately by Amari Hill Robinson.
So you saw Amari Hill Robinson. Hey, look, I'm not going to go up high and try to tackle Wilkerson. I'm taking his legs right out from underneath him. Brought pressure off of the edge as well.
Third down and 7. Three-man rush. Sanders buying a little bit of time. He's in some trouble now and will just run out of bounds, and he'll be shy of the line to gain by a few yards. Dropping 8 certainly paid off for Bethune-Cookman.
Thought they did a nice job on, you talk about the first down run and then the second down pass by not giving up any extra yardage after the catch. And they're only rushing 3 guys, dropping 8 into coverage, and really nowhere for Shedeur Sanders to go with the football. Thought the previous drive, he kind of forced that throw.
So little use, Sam Johnson will punt it away. Tuggle lost the football. There's a scramble
down on the ball.
Let's see who has it.
Yeah, Lord, jeez.
The ruling on the field, the ball is recovered by Jackson State.
So Jackson State will have the football.
Football got away from his body. I mean, he gets hit. by two different guys, but I mean, he has got to squeeze that football. And you talk about from a special team standpoint, Michael, please. I mean, he one of the guys on the recovery. I mean, but from a special teams standpoint, bad snap, you skipped one, you give up a big return on the opening kickoff, and now you fumble the punt return. That's not helping your team or your defense at all.
First play, they'll go to Gaines, and he'll have a first down. And now Jackson State gets in that hurry-up mode. Pickup of 11. Gaines will take a break. Santi Marshall checks in at running back. Evan Coleman's in the slot near side. They'll keep it on the ground. Marshall almost broke that one to the end zone, tripped up around the 3-yard line. Gain of 6. Uriah Ratliff with another stop.
Officials timeout.
Offensive lineman down for Jackson State. I think that's Dimitri Jordan.
Well, their big left tackle out of Lubbock, Texas, transferred in from SMU. Oh,
Big fella's in some pain.
Oh, my goodness. .6'5", 330-pounder. Started every game at left tackle this year. Working on him, we'll step aside.
Looking like I'm the next big.
Well, you don't want him going down. But if he down, he down. Somebody else just have to step up. He's been playing okay at tackle, but they have had other people in. Where's Aaron at? Aaron, what's your who you plug in behind Jordan? If Jordan can't go, who do you plug in? Because it looked like he's going to be done for the rest of the day. Who's up next? I mean, we did see Debo. We saw him. Don't hold your breath, guys. I mean, they got another left tackle. It was very competitive at left tackle this year. So they got somebody else that they can plug and play. But we just got to see. But you don't want to see any of your linemen go down, though. The way he's moving is like it's a knee, and if it is a knee, maybe it's just a little knee sprain. But the way he's moving is like he's got some pain in there that he can't shake. I ain't never moved like that yes, I have.
The tackle for Jackson State, who just got an unfortunate thing, just got rolled up on right in the middle of that pile, number 72 on the left side of your screen. And just caught him in that left leg in a bad spot, and it buckles.
He should be all right, man. He should be all right.
So Devin Hayes will now slide in, 79, into that spot occupied by Jordan. They'll run it on the ground to the left side. They give it to Marshall, and he is slung to the turf by Malik Burns. So now it'll be 3rd down and goal.
From a personnel standpoint, it looked like Jackson State was going to go with a heavy formation or at least a heavy look with extra tight ends and linemen, but they sent the receivers back out there to maybe they said they're going to spread them out a little bit and give Shedeur Sanders a couple options of where they're from lining it up. They don't get as many guys in the box.
So Wilkerson, they'll fake it to him, throw to the wide side of the end zone, looking for Kevin Coleman in double coverage over there, and it's incomplete. Now it's 4th down.
Yeah, we saw them run something similar earlier in the game where it was the slot guy. You're trying to hit him with the back pylon throw, whether that's a fade or a smash route, and the corner that's covering the outside guy, they ended up doubling your inside receiver.
So 4th down, Sanders moving the pocket to the right. Pressure comes, throws, it's high, it's incomplete.
Throw the ball low.
And Bethune-Cookman will get the football on downs.
Low.
Defensively, they haven't stopped them a lot, but they've had to a couple of times. They've been able to do so, and that football is high from Shedeur Sanders. He's trying to hit Coleman there again right there at the pylon, but it was the pressure up front is what really forced that throw to be high, and Shedeur Sanders really never was able to get his feet set or to get his shoulders square enough to make that completion.
Give Bethune-Cookman some credit here in the 3rd quarter anyway, that things have changed a little bit. It's not been as easy for Jackson State, but at the same time, Jackson State has not been as efficient.
That's right, Had they get it together
as they were in the first half.
They get it together. Safe
Shotgun, boy.
You got to go for that.
There was almost contact and a tackle made 2 yards deep in the end zone. Bethune-Cookman lucky to get it out of the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not running the football against that front right there. I mean, that's just way too much penetration. Nice job. There was contact. I mean, nice job by your running back there to be able to get it out of the end zone. But that was a nice job by Julius Reynolds.
Well, you see Aubrey Miller, who had to sit the first half because of targeting last week, back on the field.
First charge timeout of the half. It'll be a 30-second timeout.
He's all fired up about something. Let's go downstairs to Andrea.
Guys, I'm not sure if you all saw this, but last night, this Jackson State team had a few guys, quite a handful of guys actually, and coaches get stuck in an elevator. Coach Deion Sanders posted it to his Instagram, said the Devil has a few different ways of working against this team, but there was a lot of excitement, a lot of positive energy. They were in there for over 30 minutes. A lot of the team outside of the elevator. Everybody was okay. Nobody got hurt, but this Jackson State team with a couple of obstacles trying to get here today.
Something with Jackson State, isn't it? Couldn't get to the game last week because there was an accident on the interstate and slowed him down. Now the elevator almost kept him from getting here.
He is busy.
So out of the end zone again, they'll run shotgun and hand it off to Quayshawn Bird. So now it'll be 3rd down and 7, and this is one of those dicey situations. You haven't had a whole lot of time to throw the football.
You talk about dicey. I mean, even 4th down has been dicey for them just because they haven't been consistent with snapping the football back as far as the long snapper. And now you're in a situation where it's 3rd down. They've been bringing pressure against you left or right. Looks like it's going to be 0 here.
Pocket collapses, and Jones he lost the football. It's in the end zone, and the scramble still alive.
It's a safety.
They're going to call a safety.
Yeah, it's not a touchdown.
They're going to call a safety. If you review this again, this football, obviously Jackson State should have recovered it, but I don't know if he touched that line right there at the end.
Right, the Jackson
State. The ball was
State.
touched while the player was out of bounds. No one had possession of the ball. Last person in possession of the ball was Bethune-Cookman, which results in a safety.
Yeah, ain't no possession.
So are we saying that Jackson State didn't have possession right there?
Yeah.
Okay. So because there was no possession, the last possession was held by Bethune-Cookman, thus the safety.
Correct. So that one, I don't know if that. I mean, I don't know if it's close, but he was out of bounds there.
Well, lucky for Bethune-Cookman because if Jackson State has possession, it'd be given a touchdown.
Correct.
So they're lucky they get the safety instead of the touchdown, obviously. But they will have a short field to work with after the safety. Second time we've had a safety today.
Second time that you've had a safety, and I know Coach Coach Sanders is he's going to be like, hey, look, we got to work on the scoop and score. I mean, you don't get many opportunities defensively to be able to scoop up a football and score instantly without having to run anywhere. But there was 3 or 4 guys that had a shot at it and couldn't bring it in.
But again, we were just talking about it. 3rd down and 7. It's a throwing situation, but against this Jackson State defense, I don't know if you even want to take that chance.
Yeah, your quarterback just is not comfortable at all. I mean, even if there's a little time, he's not comfortable and he's not able to find any of the guys down the field.
So hit at the 30, picked up there by Joe Levette. He's to midfield. Bethune Cookman's defense has posted a shutout to this point here in the 3rd quarter.
We've seen them be able to bring pressure off the edge a little bit, and then you've been able to pick off the quarterback, probably made some ill-advised throws, but, I mean, you've got to be in position to be able to make some of those plays as well.
There's the story. 5 drives, 4 touchdowns. Last 5 drives, a couple interceptions, 2 turnovers, and a punt. 2 turnovers on downs. Guess they had a bad spot on that football. It needs to be backed up to the 49 of Jackson State. They'll get the change set. That handoff goes to Marshall. Gain of 8. So Shadur Sanders, 27 of 37, 238. That handoff inside the 40. This will keep the clock moving under 5 minutes. Blake making the tackle. Again, Bethune-Cookman's been on the road for 3 weeks because of Hurricane Ian coming through the Daytona area. Damaged some of the campus. They just kind of gradually opened up campus. They had some online classes going on, but now they've reopened everything, and this team can go back home. They've been in hotels for 3 weeks.
And the odd thing about it, Dave, it hasn't all been in Florida. I mean, for a couple weeks you were up in Nashville, and so you've got, the Titans being able to help out a little bit up there. Vanderbilt, I think, helped out a little bit up there, and to a couple other universities as far as, hey, look, we're going to be able to feed you a little bit and make sure that your kids can continue to go to school.
They were up in Huntsville, Alabama for a bit. They've been here in Jacksonville since last Sunday. So Levette on that carry. That'll be good enough for a first down. I believe he's right on the line. And that will move the chains. I can't imagine getting in any kind of rhythm at all as a football team when you have no base. You have no home.
Unfortunately, I have been in situations like that myself as far as you're just a vagabond, and here's another big run. Another big hit.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, you went through it with Katrina.
That's exactly
right.
You
guys were displayed. How long were you guys – where did you go? I can't even remember.
San Antonio.
Okay.
And we were displaced kind of like Bethune-Cookman, where you didn't know where you were practicing. You didn't know from a hotel standpoint. You were staying in a hotel for a little while, and then the hotel, I don't want to say kick you out, but you had to move from that situation. That's the same thing as them. I mean, from a practice standpoint, you kind of bounced around from a practice standpoint, and it's a tough situation.
Speaking of tough, no helmet making a tackle.
One for Jackson State, you've got both of you got your backup right tackle, Deontay Graham, and then you've got Devin Hayes in the game as far as your left tackle. And another offside is the 3rd one that we've seen. Second one where they've made contact. But the next question for me.
Outside, defense, number 53, contact. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Dave, the next question for me is, okay, if I let Shadur Sanders finish this drive off, how long am I keeping him in this game? I mean, and that's kind of where it has to be. We know that he was kind of even banged up a little bit coming into this game.
second down and 2 now. They'll hand it off. It's going to Marshall, and he slips through a seam and gets into the end zone for a touchdown.
It's fatigue defensively. I mean, they've been fighting your offense, special teams. You had one, you make a stop, special teams, you fumble it on a punt. Next time around, offensively, you give up a safety. Now the defense is right back out on the field. And here, Marshall is just able to break a couple of tackles. And that defense has been out there a lot in a long time. I think that was Blake trying to make the tackle right there at the goal line.
Point after is up and good. And that will make it 39-0 now. Went with the run game on that drive, and it paid off with the touchdown.
There you go. There you go, brother.
Coach Prime, his name being bantered about amongst many colleges looking for coaches. A couple that come to mind right away, Georgia Tech, Auburn. There were signs out today. As Auburn really wants to look at Deion Sanders as a head coach. We talked to Coach Prime about it, some of the jobs that are open, obviously, and he says, hey, man, I'm happy at Jackson State. We're building something here, but my hands are on the wheel. I'm driving this car. But he has said in the past that if he didn't take a big job that paid him a ton of money, not that he needs money, but he says it's more about the people he would take with him.
Yeah, it's the resources that my team.
Well, it's assistant coaches.
Yeah,
I don't want to limit them on what they can earn.
Correct. I mean, and so for him, he's happy here, but he would have to listen. I mean, and we know last year he interviewed and talked for a couple of openings as far as teams that wanted to interview. And like he said, he's driving this ship and he's in control. And, he hears the noise. He hears, the opportunities that are out there.
Another loose football. That's scooped up. Bethune-Cookman with a nice opportunity at a return.
Right.
So after the fumble, that'll get it across midfield all the way down to the Jackson State 44-yard line. A nice return there from Jalen Christian, who came up with that football somehow.
Sometimes the balls just bounce right for you, Dave. I mean, because that one, it looked like Jackson State was about to scoop that one up as well, and Christian's just in the right place to pick it up off the bounce. They're in Jackson State territory.
Bethune-Cookman looking at a first down and 10. Marcus Riley goes in motion. We'll hand it off here. Terry Lindsay. But to kind of finish that thought about Deion, I mean, this is, everybody wants a little piece of the prime. This was an Auburn tailgate last week. I mean, they are not bashful about what they want over at Auburn.
And that's a job that's not even open.
Yeah. How about that? That's crazy to think that. I mean, Brian Harsin, obviously, is just hearing the noise over there. They lose again today to go to 3-4. And it's a tough deal. Georgia Tech, certainly, Brent Key, who's taken over that job, has got Georgia Tech rolling. They're 2-0 under his direction. So, I mean, maybe he's the guy, but there are certainly plenty of opportunities. But, Deion Sanders, there's city council members in Jackson have, some of them have come out outspoken saying that it's time to rebuild Jackson State a football stadium. That is in the hopper to kind of continue the ascension of that program. The word is Deion doesn't need the money. Deion's got plenty of money. Yeah. But I think it's what he said about he owes it to other people, that it would be selfish of him not to lead them, to give them the opportunities.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing also when you talk about it is, Georgia Tech just hired the number 2 guy from Alabama as far as the athletic director. So you'll kind of figure out and understand what direction they go in, even though they've been 2-0 since they let Coach Collins go. And, as far as Jackson and the city council, at some point they do know that they have to be able Bill Jackson State, their own stadium. They've played at the Vet for a very, very long time, and it needs some upgrades. They've made it work, and the council coming out with the resolution as far as, being committed to it. But, it's going to be about funding as well.
Nice catch around the 31-yard line. That one goes to Dylan Lee. The one other thing about that is you wonder about the kids, right? He has sold these kids on Jackson State's program. Many of these kids he's recruiting can certainly go play somewhere else, including his own. He's got 4 kids in Jackson State right now.
Yeah, he's got 4 kids. Not just you talk about women's basketball, you talk about obviously here on the football team, but I mean he's been committed to the university. But I think at the end of the day, he knows that, hey, look, it has to be the right situation for me personally, but also my team, my staff, the coaches that have been with me for 20 plus years. I can't just overlook and ask them to kind of be in the situation that they are in. And like you said, him personally, yes, he's fine, but he has to consider that other staff as well.
That's the end of the third quarter. Coach Prime's team up 39-0.
Yep. So it looks like they're going to cruise on with this victory. Nah, it's the fourth quarter. Yeah, exactly. You play 4 quarters for a reason. So you really need, Jackson State, first 10 drives, the first 5, they do some damage. The last 5, they didn't. They just now got off the snide and got a score. You want to see, had they scored on their first 10 possessions, you don't see Shador in the fourth. So what you're going to see now is probably Shador earlier on in this fourth quarter. You may see a lot of handoff, running the ball or whatever. But I would expect, me personally, I would expect to see at least 2 more touchdowns on the board before he comes out. He's got to hit that 300 number. And, he kind of took it away from himself, not being able to go out and complete everything else and throwing 2 picks. But listen, man, appreciate everybody tapping in, watching the stream. Hit the Cash App. You see it on the screen. $ KSLP 1020. Support the channel. Appreciate it. We're going to ride this thing till the wheels fall off and see what we got going on. In about 21 minutes, Alcorn and Southern end up playing. That's going to be a good one to watch. I probably would open the stream up to that. I don't know. But Hattie said, get it together. We got a big game next week, and she meant business. So that y'all owe her a couple of more touchdowns. Y'all need to make her feel good about it. And Alabama was winning by 1 point, 35-34 over UT. Now it is UT is up.
Deion Sanders and Jackson State off to their best start since 1996. They win this one. You got to go back to the 80s. The last time that they would have started 6-0.
Trying to get that true blue VI love tradition back going as far as at Jackson State, where they were competing year in and year out for SWAC championships.
Defending SWAC champs. Trying to go back to back. Jones with a nice tight spiral.
That was out of bounds.
A little bit too much on that one. Trying to hit Marcus Riley. It's incomplete. Well, the few times we've seen Jones throw the football, he has got some arm strength now.
Well, he definitely has arm strength, but a couple times we've seen him throw those go routes. I mean, he's got to put it further inside. You want at least 3 to 4 yards for my receiver to be able to work. And the one earlier going the other way was on the sideline as well, and he's just leading the receivers out of bounds. And some of that may just be no rhythm from a throwing standpoint because you've always had somebody in your face, and that time he doesn't have it, just can't complete it.
Third down and 10. Slides up into the pocket. Stops, throws, back over the middle. Pass is caught there. Lee gets it into the 5-yard line. It'll be first and goal, Bethune-Cookman. Gain of 26.
We'll go back and take a look at it, and the thing that he does is keeps his eyes down the field. Jackson State acts like they're bringing pressure together. Got a lot of guys that need the defense where they're walking around, but they only bring 3 guys. And so once that initial defensive end gets so far up the field, he's able to step up into the pocket and keeps his eyes down the field. He didn't try to throw on the run. He actually stopped, and football was still a little high, but really nice job of stopping and being able to get the football to leap.
First and goal. Jones looks, throws, back shoulder, caught. What a catch by the tight end, Kamari Averett. His second touchdown grab of the year.
We'll take another look at it here. He's got pressure in his face. I mean, he sees it. I just want to give my big tight end. I want to give him a back shoulder play, and that's exactly what it is. He emboldened, not necessarily a lot of push off there at the stem as far as the top of the route, but just giving it to the playmaker, allowing him to be able to make a play, and that's exactly what he does. Bethune gonna go for 2 in there. Have to figure out where they want to put the football as far as which hash. They've reset the play clock once for him, and it looked like they just reset it again for him.
So they'll work from the far hash. Lee goes in motion. Now here's Jones, cuts it back. He'll try to get to the end zone, and he does. The 2-point conversion works.
Smart play by Shallow, though. He seen Nuggets slip, so he took Nuggets' man.
Jalen Jones, after 100 yards rushing a week ago, dives for the end zone and caps off the 2-point conversion.
That defense mad because they just gave up 6. Yep. So it's not a game, but it's a game. That fumble on the kickoff return really catapulted Bethune into that scoring drive right there because they almost lost their possession, and just some weird events helped them overcome that. Where you really don't get a score right there. But we'll see what happens. So do I need to go down there and score? Put some perks on the board. Let's see what happens. Does Bethune get a stop? Do they get a stop right here? Okay, 22. Okay, that's next week. Let's see what happens.
Robinson at Alabama State, of course, didn't want any part of the bro hug.
Told him, I'll give you a handshake, I'll give you some dap, but that's about it.
So Bethune-Cookman going to try the onside kick, it appears. Dylan Mogadam will do it. Oh, what a play. Are you kidding me? How in the world did that work? They tap it back and keep it in play. Corey Reed came up with the football. If that's a design play, it's one of the best onside kicks I've ever seen.
Well, it definitely looked
designs.
I mean,
went off his helmet, I think, though.
Yeah, you can look at it and see, and he definitely he missed it initially with his hands, and it hit his helmet. You're exactly right. But from the way it was kicked, he was planning that the whole way. He knew he could not come down in bounds with control of it, so he's just tapping it back. And Reed is looking for it. Man, that is fantastic. That's one where you just have to tip your hat to him.
Or tip your head.
Or tip your head to him as well.
Tyrone Franklin in at quarterback for Bethune-Cookman. Tyrone, the sophomore out of Montgomery, Alabama, went to Lee High School, has thrown it 23 times this year, has completed 8 of those for 80 yards. He does have 4 interceptions in his limited work. But he is walloped on his first throw, and he just does miss Marcus Riley. Man, did Franklin take a shot right in the gut.
And guess who it was? Arby Miller. Who, he levels it, and he just beat the guard. I mean, there's nothing. The guard misses him. Your left guard, you can't miss him. Antoine Wells misses Miller Jr., and I mean, that is a shot.
Franklin stands in there, though. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Almost had the touchdown. Loose football. It's on the turf. Jackson State will have it, I believe. And they do.
Jackson State ball.
Jeremiah Williams comes up with the fumble for Jackson State, and they'll have it at the 44-yard line.
Hey, this is caused by the defensive end. I mean, he meets him at the mesh point, and I don't know if Franklin, if your quarterback Franklin was trying to take it out, but that was JT Reagan who basically met them at the mesh point, and the football is on the ground. I mean, and so you talk about Franklin coming in, in the first 2 plays, he gets hit the first one, and the second one right there at the mesh point with the running back, not able to. It looked like he was trying to pull it, but he got hit again.
Sanders just throw it away right at the end of the play. Runs out of bounds.
That's an incomplete pass, but I mean, he looks so smooth in doing it. I mean, there's pressure all over him, right in his face. You've got a defensive end that's coming off the edge from behind. It almost like he just feels him. He knows he's back there. And able to just throw the football away where it's an incomplete pass.
Now it's 2nd down and 10. Stay with the ground game. We'll give that one to Marshall. It's a touchdown today, does Marshall on the ground. Hasn't been as clean for Jackson State here in the second half offensively.
No, they have not been.
Sanders will just get out of bounds across midfield. They'll spot him at the 48. He'll be a yard or 2 shy the line to gain.
Well, and from a coverage standpoint, on the back end, Bethune has done a lot better job as far as coverage is concerned. And so, Jackson State, you haven't had some of the looks that you did in the first half as well.
J.D. Martin in the backfield. Pressure comes from the edge. Sanders sees it, and he'll get right on fourth down. He'll get right on that line. Loving finally brings him down. Sanders took a pretty good shot. Pressure came from Hampton off the edge. A strong safety coming up.
Right now, they're going to say that
Yeah.
that's short. He did not reach the line of game.
Bethune Cookman.
So Bethune-Cookman will again get their football back to the offense after standing up on a fourth down.
Another busy day? Of course it is. You're a CIO in 2020.
You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. Appreciate that, Mo. You want to see him finish the game strong. You don't want to see him do that. But you also don't want to see them wasting a whole bunch of points. So some of them players already turned the page, but they got some stuff to clean up because they just need to recenter and refocus. I don't think that them playing Bethune has them focused at all. Because this is the first game that I've seen JSU not do so well in the second half. So it is what it is with that. But let's see what happens. I mean, I think the defense is a little upset, but they're about to start subbing. But I don't think the play calling is as aggressive either.
ESPN College Football is presented by McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Movement, elevating the next generation of Black excellence.
It is a gorgeous evening as we get closer to 7 o'clock Eastern time here in Jacksonville. It's been all Jackson State. They led 30-0 at halftime. Coach Prime probably not real ecstatic the way his offense has looked here in the second half. Defense has been pretty solid for the most part. Did give up that touchdown a moment ago, but it has been a defense that has had some miscues. They've turned it over on downs 3 times. They've had a couple of interceptions. First pass from Franklin, complete to Quayshawn, actually incomplete, trying to hit Quayshawn Bird.
And again, you talk about Franklin has only been in for a few plays, Dave, and every play he's got hit. I mean, that defensive line has gotten after him pretty good.
What a pick.
Franklin. That one's through the hands of Corey Reed.
Man, he's slanging the ball. He ain't even giving himself a chance. He catching it,
I think if you're Bethune Cookman, that sums it up for you right there. I mean, from a receiver standpoint, you just haven't helped your quarterback enough. I mean, there have been numerous throws that have hit the hands of the receiver, and they've sat in there. Those quarterbacks have sat in there and gotten hit, hard a few times. And from a receiver standpoint, as well as a running back standpoint, they just haven't made the plays for him.
They've left quite a few yards on the turf when they drop passes. Pocket collapses. Franklin stays on his feet for just a second and has finally dropped back inside the 35. Another sack. This one, Jeremiah Brown will get his second of the evening. Huggins kind of got the pressure and forced Franklin to scramble.
And you're talking about just one-on-one matchups in there. It starts on the left side, and it's a couple guys that had a shot. Huggins originally or initially has the opportunity to make that sack, and it's just they're winning at one-on-ones. I mean, they're winning at one-on-ones. It's a 5-man pressure, and they can't block them.
5 sacks. They have 12 pressures today. This is a returnable punt.
Go Pope.
Here's Mark Pope.
Good return.
Big collision right on the sidelines. We'll get it out to the 40-yard line. So we'll step aside. Jackson State leading it by 31. Back in a moment.
Thousands of games.
Well, I'm telling you, Jez, you got to score 2 more times. They got to put 50 up on Bethune. They got to score right here, like for real. Like, they got to score. They got to finish this game strong. Because you don't want to end the way you've been playing in the middle of this game. And they still haven't played a complete game, so it's a lot that they need to get together. They kind of jumped on Bethune early, but they eased up. And their quarterback eased up. I don't even know if Shador got close to 300 yards passing. The way this game been going, I would doubt it. But he probably do.
Back at TIAA Bank Field here in Jacksonville. Look at our game summary. Jackson State just opened up, super fast. Scored 4 touchdowns on their first 5 drives. Shador Sanders has been relatively quiet here in the second half after a pretty efficient first half. But this defense from Jackson State, they are real. They is legit. Shador Sanders back in the game. Just 4 of 11 for 27 yards and an interception here in the second half. And maybe that's one of the reasons that we're still seeing Shador Sanders in this game.
Yeah, and because that's having backup tackles, left and right tackles in the game. I want to make sure my quarterback is protected, and they've probably run the football a little bit more to protect him in that sense as well. And they've run it successfully, but they just have not been good in the passing game in the second half.
Credit Bethune Cookman too. They played much better. They have not given up, bringing still a lot of energy and efforts here in the second half as Marshall makes that catch. Antonio Oliver with his 7th stop right on the tackle. Boy, there's Dimitri Jordan, who left the game when a player rolled up on his left knee. Sanders dumps it off underneath. This one goes to Kevin Coleman, and he gets it at the midfield stripe. Actually, they'll back him up to the 49. So pushing and shoving again. We've seen that 2 or 3 times this afternoon.
And Coleman was the guy, the player that ends up getting tackled. But Rico Powers, he comes in. Yeah, Rico Power comes in, and he's trying to defend his receiver as well. And
Demetrius Hudson getting restrained by his head coach, Terry Sims, not having any of it. He's like, hey, man, we're about to get the football back. Let's not mess this up.
After the play action, you don't want any of that.
Punt hits at the 15, and it'll roll into the end zone.
Good block. He can do that.
So that'll come out to the 20-yard line. A 39-8 game. 9-8 is the score here in the second half.
Yeah. And I think we're going to get now you get a late flag, which
was that a block?
If you call fair catch, that's what it is.
Block below the waist. On the return team, half the distance to the goal. First down, Bethune Cookman.
So it was blocked below the waist, and so it was a personal foul against the returner. Very, very late, Dylan Lee. Very, very late flag. And I think that was a long snapper. He's looking at the referee, and he's like, look, that's a penalty. Got to throw the flag. The ball should have been at the 20, so it's half the distance. They're going to mark it at the 5.
Oh, from the spot of the foul.
Spot of the foul, so you got to be at the 1.
So they'll spot it at the 2-yard line. Jackson State already has 2 safeties today. So they'll go with Jalen Jones back at quarterback. Hand it off left side. Nice run there from Cameron Ingram. A couple of hard-earned yards.
You talked about it earlier. Jackson State rolling a lot of different players in defensively on that defensive line, as well as linebacker position, playing a lot of different guys up front.
Here comes some heat. Jones throws it up near side, and that one is incomplete. No flags on the play. They were trying to hit Akeem Hayes, the junior out of Davie, Florida.
He's just trying to give Hayes the opportunity to make a play, kind of a back shoulder fade throw, and gets his hands on the football, just can't bring it in. And you talked about the pressure there by Jackson State as well again.
Play clock.
Bethune is going to call a timeout right before that delay of game.
Play game. Offense, number 4. Half the distance to the goal. 3rd down.
The official is saying that a delay
Correction.
of game, but they did call timeout.
Before the flag, we have a timeout. Bethune Cookman.
So Bethune takes the timeout. Jalen Jones, who played with this Jackson State team back in the spring of 2021, also was their starting quarterback in 2019 as well. Started 11 games in that 2019 season. But in the beginning of the spring of the 2021 season, he started the first 5 games, completed 55% of his passes, had 12 touchdowns with 3 interceptions. They started 3-0 and then lost back-to-back games. They lost their job in the process.
I done figured it out.
Shedeur Sanders came back. But here's some scores from around the SWAC. Florida A&M hanging on, taking down Grambling 20-16. Of course, a lot of eyes on that Alcorn State Southern game. That's a big one. That'll set up, of course, Campbell's up next for Jackson State, and then they'll have an opportunity to meet Southern.
Yeah, and so when you look at it overall in the race, there's a lot going on, a lot of movement, and that's what Coach Sanders was saying earlier. You know, they obviously, you want to get celebration on. That's another safety.
The third safety. The third. I don't know that I've seen 3 safeties in the last 3 years, and I get 3 in one game.
Yeah, one game, and that's just my quarterback not recognizing there's pressure off of the edge, and he never sees it. I mean, it is coming off the edge, and he never sees it. Did a good job of holding on to the football, but that was Huggins off of the edge. Quarterback never saw it. 3rd one. But Coach Sanders going back, just talking about the race, yes, Celebration Bowl is important. That's what they want to win, but you got to kind of take care of your business before the end to even be in a position to go and play.
It's been a tough day for Jalen Jones. Now 41-8 is our new score.
That's crazy, man. 3 safeties. 3 safeties, y'all. That's crazy. Now, far as Campbell go, Campbell has a strong their strength. Their strength is in their offensive line and their quarterback. He's not accurate, but he's elusive. And he can make plays when he feel like it. He can make plays, whether throwing or running. So that's gonna be a thing. That's gonna be a real big thing. Keeping him in contain, and they got a stable of backs. They got about 3 running backs deep, and all of them can hit it. So you got to be on your game about that. So it's going to be a tough outing for Jackson State next week. It's not a weak opponent. It's a strong opponent. And the Vic, they're going to have to pack that thing out. I may stream that game. You know what I'm saying? I may stream it. The reason that I say that because, that I might stream it because, depend on the support and all of that if I stream it. That's really at the end of the day. It come down to that. But this game is really over, man. It's been over since they went up 30. We just need to see another scoring drive by the offense right here after this, even if they come out with the backup. But yeah, Shador, he ain't even throwing the ball. He should have easily been at 400 yards passing. He just slowed up. I guess if you want to give Bethune credit, you can. If you want to go in another direction, you can with that as well. But Alabama has taken the lead. 5 minutes left in the game, and they're up by 7 on UT.
They have 5 sacks, 12 pressures, 3 safeties.
You've just gotten after this Bethune Cookman team, and some of it is self-inflicted. They haven't helped themselves in some of those situations, but defensively, man, they have been a force.
At the 25-yard line, a returnable kick. Kevin Coleman tripped up at the 40. Here's a look at the 3 safeties today by Jackson State.
Yeah, the first one is just airmail. I mean, your long snapper snaps it over your punter's head. Then you go back and look at it, and from a quarterback standpoint, he's got to step up into the pocket. Jackson State can't recover it. Possession, the last possessive player was the quarterback, and so that's another one. And here's the final one where the quarterback just doesn't realize that there's pressure coming off of the edge. He tries to scramble, and another safety.
Coach Thurman's got to have a good time coaching this group of defenders. High throw caught there. So that with the reception brought down by Ratliff, who has 8 tackles today and an interception in a monstrous hit.
And that was late pressure there by Bethune Cookman and forced Shador Sanders to check it down to the running back.
That one is out to Willie Gaines. He'll make the catch, but not much on that. A gain of about 4. That'll bring up 3rd down and let's say 8.
And those are the type of throws in the first half that they were able to catch and make people miss. Bethune has done a better job this second half of being able to either force them to not be able to make that catch or at least tackle them before they're able to pick up yards after the catch.
Sanders trying to run for it. He'll cross midfield, and he will get out of bounds around the 40-yard line. His best run of the day. He'll pick up 18 yards. A fresh set of downs now for the Tigers.
And we've seen him been in a couple of those positions. And that time he just had green grass and steps up into the pocket. You're only rushing 3 guys. And once the pocket kind of collapses, he steps up into it instead of forcing it, picks it up with his legs.
Joe Levette on the run near side. There's a flag that will come out.
Yeah, it's coming back.
That'll be a hold against Jackson State. Rico Powers on the edge trying to give us.
Offense, number 11, 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
Trying to give his guy the edge and instead cost him 10 yards.
Just right there on the edge. And whether it's holding or blocking the back, you can't do it. Spot foul.
Sanders. Pass caught there by Shane Hooks. He is driven back, staying in bounds. Clock continues to move. We get closer to 6 minutes to go in this one. Last year, Jackson State beat Bethune 42-12. Dump it off to Marshall. Makes one man miss, and he's inside the 35. That'll be close to a first down.
I think where they're marking him, it is going to be a first down.
Sanders will throw. Again goes to Hooks. And he'll have, actually he's going to be about a yard shy of another first down.
Trying to end the game in rhythm. Call timeout. Dang. They saw it.
Timeout. Bethune Cookman.
Yeah.
This will
Good
be a
coaching.
30-second timeout.
Good coaching.
So timeout taken by Bethune at 5:10 to go. Second down and 1. And here's what's in store for Jackson State. Campbell and then that game at Southern. Obviously, Alcorn will hang in the picture if they can get the win today against Southern. But it's still a lot of football to be played in the SWAC.
Yeah, a lot of football, a lot of jostling, a lot of movement. You talk about the Southern game coming up next week, Campbell, homecoming, and then you have to go to Texas Southern, play Alabama A&M. So it won't be easy because you're going to get everybody's best effort. Everybody who wants to beat you. You know, you look at what they've been able to do in the conference. So Jackson State knows they have to be ready and come ready to play week in and week out.
Sanders will throw on 2nd and 1. Likes that spin move. We've seen that a few times today. Back pedals, and this one is incomplete. He was trying to connect with Willie Gaines.
And you talk about the spin move here, and seen it a couple times, but I mean, this is, for me, this is the concern. You know, my starting quarterback taking hits and shots like that, and I've talked about having those backup ends as far as left tackle and right tackle. I think they've done a good job. I think that you feel good about where you are in this game, but man, I don't need my quarterback taking those type of hits.
Hand it off there to Marshall. Stutter steps, first down, and then some. The only thing I would say about that, Deuce, is I just think they don't feel like they've been clicking. If you go back to last week, they did not have a Jackson State type of offensive performance. And the second half, they haven't had it. So I think he's like, okay, I see what's coming up. Campbell, Southern, rest of SWAC games.
But if I've got a banged-up quarterback already,
it doesn't matter what. Right, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, if he's banged up already, then I'm not worried about some of those other matchups as he throws another touchdown. I mean, you want him to get healthy as possible. I know you want the pitcher to look a lot better than what it is as far as efficiency is concerned. I mean, but I got to get him healthy.
The 5th touchdown pass of the game. He goes to Shane Hooks. And that is the 2nd for Hooks. In the second 5-touchdown game of his career for Shedeur Sanders. Also had 5 touchdowns against Florida A&M in their opener this year. Or excuse, yes, in their opener. Back on September 4th. And a flag will come in. I believe that'll be roughing the kicker for the 2nd time. Miziak came in for that point after.
Kicker. That penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
You can't hit the plant leg. You can't hit the plant leg of the kicker.
So Shedeur Sanders is now 37 of 49 for 297, 5 touchdowns and 2 interceptions as he goes into the 10th year.
You can see that left knee. He's got some scarred and bruised up, even that left knee area. I mean, that's just my biggest concern. You talk about what's ahead for you as far as scheduling wise, but my quarterback's banged up, my left tackle's banged up, my right tackle's banged up. I feel like I have this game in control. I'm going to get those guys out of the game. I'm going to get my quarterback out of the game and try to let him get healthy.
Jackson State over 500 yards of offense again. 3rd time this year they've had over 500 yards of offense. Shedeur Sanders, of course, getting a lot of accolades. He's won the SWAC Offensive Player of the Year 4 times in 5 weeks.
And he has his eyes set on, you talk about Walter Payton Award, best college football player at the FCS level, obviously the Heisman Trophy award. There's another award in Mississippi, the Connolly Trophy, that he's kind of eyeing as well as the best collegiate college player in the state of Mississippi.
Did you win that?
I did. I only won it once, though. I wanted it a lot more times. I only won it once.
But you mentioned the Heisman. There's some talk around Jackson State about, hey, man, Shedeur should be in this conversation. When you start looking at his numbers, these were coming into today. With 5 touchdown passes, he now has obviously 22 on the year, but he has a couple of interceptions. So 22 to 4 touchdowns to interceptions. And he's completing passes at almost 73%. And those numbers stack up with any of those guys. Now, obviously, the competition is a little bit different, but I still think that Shedeur would have maybe not those numbers, but still pretty good numbers in this offense that they run.
Yeah, I think that from an offensive standpoint, he would put up comparable numbers, just some of the things that they do. I mean, the biggest question when you talk about differences is obviously, the talent level and competition that you're playing, but it starts up front. I mean, that's where it's always going to start, and, from a defensive and offensive standpoint. But, understanding, knowing where to go with the football, having the weapons, those numbers definitely compete.
Maybe Shedeur, not that he probably needed any confidence, but would feel a little bit better about his day after that last drive.
If you ask him, he'd probably say, I felt pretty good about it. There's 2 throws that I want back. But overall, you have to feel pretty good about it overall.
Marcus Riley getting the pass from Walter Simmons, who's now in at quarterback. Walter, 6'2", 200-pounder out of Orange Park, Florida, transferred in from East Carolina. Dennis Thurman still coaching him up over there despite the 48-8 score. Hand it off for the first down at the 36. And so this defense, well, one was a miscue on a snap, but still 3 safeties today by Jackson State. Ties an FCS record for safeties in a game.
And in the record book, Dave, they don't write it down a certain way. Well, special teams got you one.
Right.
It's just in there. Hey, you put your name beside it.
Another helmet comes flying off. But we've seen a bunch of helmets come off on both teams today.
And an offensive lineman, he's not happy whatsoever at the referee. He's like, that helmet is just not coming off by accident. You got both teams kind of getting their hands up high, pushing it in that area.
Clock moves to 2:20. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until Bethune Cookman gets to go home. This is a team that's been on the road, we talked about, for 3 weeks, but they are anxious to get back to some of those guys haven't, they haven't set foot on campus. Like their cars are just sitting in the parking lot for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and you talk about from a damage standpoint to your cars as well. Because you've had a couple of staff members that have went down there.
After the play is over, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 2, 15-yard penalty, 3rd down. That is number 2, first unsportsmanlike conduct of the game.
Marcus Riley will take a breather after that 15-yard penalty.
Talking to Coach Sims, and just from a frustration standpoint, they've been around each other, and there's been no outlet. There's been nowhere for those players to go, and even that staff. And you talk about training guys on that staff as well. They've all been in those different hotels, different cities, different states.
They even had to change hotels while they were here in Jacksonville this week.
And that's tough. And we're not talking about just for this game. So just talking about because they've been here for so long.
Up next for Bethune Cookman, they'll get Mississippi Valley. They'll stay on the road next week. Then they go to Texas and take on Prairie View. Next time they get to play down in Daytona will be against Alabama State on November 5th.
Appreciate that, Rod.
Jackson State has to take a timeout. They're rolling in so many different guys here on guys that maybe not get to play it on special teams, and so they have to take a timeout before you have too many men on the field as well.
Deion Sanders will be featured on 60 Minutes on Sunday night. They have spent a bunch of money following him around. They've been down to Jackson 3 times back in the summer. Middle of the summer, they went down, talked to him, went back in August, and, of course, followed him around early this football season.
Almost good.
Fair catch called for and taken there. So now Jackson State with 68 seconds to go.
Well, Dave, it's kind of like you talked about, from a school's perspective and even from a conference perspective. Man, you're talking $15 to $20 million as far as spend just to be able to get your name on a national. That's zero to do with football.
Yeah.
And for you to be able to get that type of publicity, it just doesn't happen by chance. And so now you have a new quarterback in. Sanders is out of the game.
JP Andrade giving it to Donovan Hunt.
And they didn't put Big Country in at tight end.
lot of clean jerseys out there getting some snaps.
They just put Griffin on defense and offense.
Special teams, get some of those younger players into the game and give them an opportunity to be able to touch the football.
Inside handoff. That goes to Hunt again. Well, Jackson State's going to do something they haven't done since the 80s. And that's go 6-0 to start a season.
Magic is back with Coach Sanders. I mean, the magic is definitely there with this team, and there's excitement across the conference. There's excitement across the state and the city. And Coach Sanders with another W.
So Jackson State comes to Jacksonville, puts on a show, over 500 yards of offense. They put up 48 points, and they beat Bethune Cookman for the second consecutive year. This time it's 48-8, and this handshake, a little different than last week. Deion Sanders will limp his way back into the Jackson State locker room and get set for next week's tilt with Campbell. Coach Prime was great this week to deal with, very open and always engaging. And you can say the same for Coach Sims at Bethune-Cookman. Both these staffs helping us out a great deal this week. So Bethune-Cookman will now drop to 1-5 on the year, with Mississippi Valley State coming up next. And, of course, Campbell in line to face Jackson State next Saturday.
Southern is winning 7-0.
So that'll do it from Jacksonville on the banks of the St. Johns River, where Jackson State goes to 6-0 with a 48-8 victory over Bethune-Cookman. Produced McAllister, Andrea Carter, the rest of our exceptional crew. I'm Dave Neal saying so long from Jacksonville. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Nah, it's just routine ice with him. He's fine. He had a couple of something, but it's nothing he should be concerned with. I know it's still a bunch of people in here right now, man. I appreciate everybody for riding out the stream. I think what I'm gonna do is end this stream and bring up the Southern and Alcorn game. If anybody's interested in watching that. I don't know if you're interested in it or not, but I just think I might just want to stream it on GP just for a little while. Again, man, thank you for the support. Like the stream on your way out. Cash App is pinned, but it's $KSLP 1020. It looks like Tennessee and Alabama will be going into overtime unless Tennessee hits a big play. And Tennessee would have to hit a big play and potentially get in the field goal distance. So they got to drive 70 yards. And Alabama kicker just missed it wide right. Had it curved, Alabama would be going home with a win. Yep. TSU playing Tech. I hope TSU figure out how to win that game. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to start another stream with this game right here, as you can see it. I'm going to start a whole new stream. All right, give me like 2 minutes and I'm back up.